here in New York, you could see that we're not in our normal offices today because the St. Patrick's Day Parade takes place just outside of our offices. And so we apologize if the audio and video for the observers on YouTube isn't quite the same, but we'll do our best to speak into microphones and make ourselves well heard so people could observe the meeting well. There's also, you'll see that we'll be using handheld mics from time to time to amplify the sound. So hopefully this works well, and please bear with us today. So for those who are following us yesterday at our board meeting, you will know that we're a little ahead of schedule. We're going to begin today, not with technology, since we finished that topic at our last meeting, but talking about the proposed project proposal for the targeted standards in ISO 500 series. I see Jasper and Natalie and Hankin are at the table and are certainly ready to go. So Jasper, am I turning it over to you?
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everyone. So today, first let me go to the next slide and start introducing the team that's been working on the targeted standards in the ISO 500 series. See myself, Hankin, and Natalie from the staff side. I have taken over Kalina's role on this project. Like Hankin and Natalie have been staying on. Then our project board members are Greg and James. James has taken over Josephine's role. So that's the team that's been working on this since the December meeting. So you would have seen that there are 2 sessions on the agenda. We have agenda item 4, which is this agenda item that deals with the approval of the project proposal. Then there is agenda item 8, and that is about obtaining your views about 4 selected topics that we thought was good to get input on already. So today we'll just discuss the project proposal. And then on Thursday, we hope to approve the project proposal and then also have a discussion with you on these 4 selected topics. But let's start with the project proposal. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, here we go. A little bit of background. So in December, we discussed the first draft of the project proposal. There was general support for what we presented to you. There was also discussion on the scope, what should be in there, and there was agreement that it should focus on ISO 501 as it relates to inventory, and then ISO 505 on external confirmations. The board you also provided us with input on other things that could be enhanced in the project proposal, and which we addressed. At least we think we addressed that. We also discussed how to deal with your comments that you shared with us in the December meeting. We discussed this with the project board members, so with Greg and James, and that is all included in the agenda item 4A that we shared with you. In addition to that, we also we reached out to various groups. So we shared the draft project proposal with IAASB to get their comments on it and make sure that it's all aligned with what they are doing. Also, we shared it with the Professional Skepticism Consultation Group to get their views on how we address professional skepticism in the project proposal. And we shared it with the Audit Evidence and Risk Response project team. And this was really to make sure that we are aligned, given the close interaction of these standards in the ISO 500 series with ISO 330 and ISO 500. So all of the comments from those groups have also been included in the project proposal. We also did external outreach. We had already spoken to the JSS last year, and we obtained just general views on what the issues were related to the ISO 500 series, to the standards that we had selected. But this year we wanted to have a more deeper discussion with them on 3 specific topics. These three topics were negative confirmations. That's the first topic. The second one was the need to perform external confirmation, to send external confirmations for certain account balances. And then the third topic was inventory under the custody and control of a third party. So we discussed that with the JSS in January. Then we also reached out to the Stakeholder Advisory Council, and we just reached out to members that were representing users of financial statements, preparers, and those charged with governance. So there was a select group. I think we met with seven or so members of the SAC, and to get their views on it. It's really because we had not heard a lot from these stakeholder groups. We asked them for input on their views on the use of negative confirmations, and also then on whether there's a need to perform or to send external confirmations for certain account balances. We will also go to the first meeting of the user advisory group, and we'll get the views of users of the financial statements as well on selected topics. That also then will help us further develop proposals for the board. We go to the next slide. So this is the themes that Tom was referring to. So we received over 60 comments from the board. So thank you for that. It was really helpful. Points were made, and not all of them. No, but there are a lot of that. Like, I do think there were a lot of we made some enhancements based on that. That there were great points made. I'm not going to focus on the one-offs, and I think those can be raised. But I thought maybe it's good to share with you some key themes that we've heard based on these offline comments. So the first one, and then maybe afterwards we can have a discussion on this first more generally, and then we'll go then into the specific project in the project proposal, go through the sections as we have set out in the agenda item. So the first one is there were some suggestions to remove key issues and proposed actions that related to matters perceived to be solely performance issue or already addressed by other ISAs. So as a project team, we thought it was tricky at this stage because we got agreement on I think mostly on the issues and also the proposed actions in December. Could also be sometimes a wording enhancements that we could maybe make to bring a point out. So we were, at least as a project team, were of the view that based on the information gathering that we did, that there are issues and therefore they should be addressed, even if there was a performance issue. Sometimes clarifying the standard could also help. But that was generally our view that we need to explore related to these matters. That we need to explore whether we can do something with our standards, and therefore we included it in the project proposals. The second one was to change the verbs used in describing certain proposed actions from enhance to clarify, consider, or explore. So you may recall the discussion that we had in December. And there the comment was made that we could be more consistent in the terminology used, and then especially the verbs that we are using. So therefore, we went through the project proposal and we changed some of the words used. So we went through it, and words like strengthen or clarify, we changed that to enhance, just to be, not if they're not questions. Otherwise, there would be questions again, like what is the difference between these words? I think we landed as a project team that enhance is being used throughout other project proposals as well, and I think it's clear that we're going to look into what's going to happen. So now we received suggestions to refer it back. Our proposal is not to do so right now, unless there is really something specific that we've changed from December that you disagree with. Also, like with the use of consider, is also can be deemed less strengthened than enhance. It could be seen as less of a work effort that we should do. Then the third one is to change the conjunction used in describing certain proposed actions from and to or. This is really on how we refer to. Sometimes we refer to enhance requirements and application material, and sometimes you used enhance requirements or application material, and that we need to be consistent in here. So we've been through the project proposal, and we made changes throughout to make it to or. So it would be enhance requirements or application material. Like as we're using an or at the IAASB, it's always an and or. So I think that's that should be the correct phrasing of for these actions. So with that, Tom, maybe we can first get the points from the views from the board on like on some of these key themes that we've heard.
Thank you, Jasper. And maybe just before we get the board's comments, I just wanted to understand that you change in all instances requirements or application material?
Not yet.
I'm not so sure about that, because in certain instances we do mean we will put requirements in and application material.
Yes, but with the or, it still signals you can and or, right? Like it's the same as our standards.
But that's weak. Where we know we're going to do a requirement, why don't we just say we're going to do a requirement? We'll just need to have a look at that.
So I think the solution is that we use and when it makes sense to use and or when it makes sense to use or. Or means one or the other, and means both. But it also depends what the verb is to describe it. Like it's hard to see without the specific instance in front of me, though.
No, I think our comment was just to be intentional and align with what the words in the earlier part of the proposal said. If you said you were going to do both, then say and if it implied either or, it should say or. That's all. I don't think they should all be and or they should all be or. And it should align.
Okay. Well, we'll take a close look at it. And as the team goes through any comments today, I'm sure they're going to turn the draft around. We'll make sure that there's a deliberate choice of wording to mean what we were going to do. Okay, Wendy?
Can I just ask you a question, Jasper? When you said the second one, changing these words, did you say you didn't make any changes?
We would make some changes, but we would generally be very limited changes. Like I think if the board has an issue with generally using enhance, then we would like to know. Otherwise, we would generally try to use enhance, unless there is a good reason to deviate from that.
Well, you can't enhance something that doesn't exist. So that might be one of the points, but otherwise it's the same thing, be intentional.
Okay. Bill?
Just very quickly, I hardly see 2 and 3 being key themes.
Okay. Oh. They're probably key themes because they came up in the comments quite a bit. So the staff is clearly reacting to it. But in terms of substantive comments, I think we'd have to see the context where people are seeking to change. I've gone through now, I've been with the board nearly 7 years, and I can't stop counting the times that we fought over the word enhance versus consider. I remember in the context of our fraud project proposal, that was always a big discussion. When we intend to do things to make a requirement more robust, either through revising the requirement or expand application material, that's enhanced to me. And when our strong probability is that was the case, we should be pretty clear about it. When we're uncertain about the course of action, then consider could be the option. And I think the team is nodding. That's your intent. And I guess Wendy's whole point is if there's no requirement, you're not enhancing, it would be adding. So, okay. Again, Bill's point is these are more drafted than substantive, and he's right on that. Okay, let's continue. James, do you have?
Sorry, I don't want to jump in at the wrong point, but are we going to then to talk about the things that potentially performance issues rather than features of the?
I think if the specific things that they come up in the discussion when we go through the project proposal, that's probably the best place to deal with that.
You'll highlight where people have made that point. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just make it just to say that coming in to look at this for the first time, virtually all of the issues that were raised that could, I mean, it's not clear cut, is it? Some of them could be performance issues. Some of them could be clarity of the standards issue. But I've had virtually all of them raised with me in my jurisdiction, particularly since COVID, where firms have said they are struggling to understand some, for example, on 501, some of the procedural requirements around attendance at stock takes. So they kind of certainly resonated with me as potentially one or the other. But I think the work of this project would be to determine which one it is and which enhancements we need to apply to the standard. That was my view of the proposal.
Okay, I think we should get into the meat of the proposal.
We can go ahead. So it's the first section that we were going through is section 1 to 4, which are paragraphs 1 to 15. Michelle, maybe you can move the slide manually. Like the clicker is not working. There were not a lot of comments on this section, so there's nothing that I thought is worth highlighting here for the board. If anyone wants to raise any comments on this first piece, then interested in it.
Other than for the more appropriately being moved improperly on paragraph 2, when splitting that infinitive, well, I have no other comment. James, is that a stray card? Okay. You get them dispensation for your first board meeting. Okay. Hernan.
Thank you, Tom. My point is on paragraph 11A. I wonder if it is not better keep the titles of the standards, ISA 501 and ISA 505, and that is related also with other part of the text that is in the next paragraph in the 19. I know that we are out of this part, but it's related to this part also, because I think that if we mention the specific standard, we are being restricted on our scope for this project, and we are not creating other expectation rather than we are going to revise all ISAs about this requirement. Thank you.
So we took those out as the scope of the project is defined in the first paragraph. We're actually taking it, like there were also suggestions from other board members to take a reference to this on these two 501 and 508 out in paragraph 12. Therefore, we agreed with that because it's set out at the beginning what the scope is. The scope of this project is to revise ISO 501 as it relates to inventory and ISO 505. And we don't need to repeat that throughout, because I think if you start repeating it here and there, then it actually indeed may raise confusion.
You okay? Okay, I think we can move to the next section.
Yeah, I'll hand it over to Henken, who will do the next section.
Thank you, Jasper. And I was instructed to actually speak louder. So call me out if you don't hear me well. So the next section is actually, Michelle, if you could move the slides, please, to the next. Okay. So the next sections of the draft project proposal relates to the key issues and the proposed actions. So as you may recall, there was broad support from the board for both of these matters. The key changes that you see in agenda item 4-B basically reflects the direction provided by the board, some of the feedback that we gathered from the additional information gathering that Jasper alluded to earlier. So for the key issues themselves, as presented in agenda item 4-B today, they remain substantively unchanged from those what you saw in December. With respect to the section on the proposed actions, I just want to highlight a couple of maybe key updates beyond those that were already covered by IAASB. So for the alignment actions, we have been more clear that it will consider the revisions in the audit evidence and risk response project. So all references to previously ISA 500 and ISA 330 has now been updated to the proposed versions of it. And then on the aspect of professional skepticism, we've now added a footnote to clarify that this will, basically our intention in adding that footnote is to clarify that we are not intending to duplicate any of the core requirements that's currently sitting in the ISIS right now. And rather, we will be building on how this concept was reinforced in recently issued ISIS. And then just want to point out a deletion of a proposed action that relates to item B3 of the project proposal, addressing the objective of ISA 501. And this change is intended to clarify that this project proposal, or this project for that matter, is not intending to change the scope of ISA 501, that it would relate mainly to obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence relating to both the existence and condition of inventory, and therefore it's not intended to extend it to all relevant assertions. And finally, just want to clarify that we've now also added a footnote to indicate that further insights obtained throughout the course of the project may indicate that the proposed action relating to considerations about the need to perform external confirmation procedures may actually land in ISA 330 rather than ISA 505. And I really would invite the board to weigh on this matter so that we are able to pivot if we need to do so. And with that, Tom, I would like to turn the floor back to you for questions.
Okay. Did you have many comments in this area on these paragraphs? Okay, Christelle?
Yes, thank you. It's on action B1. For B1, I suggest explicitly considering the interaction with the proposed changes to ISA 330, clarifying that a controls-only approach may be acceptable in ISA 330, could affect inventory testing, especially where the entity relies solely on cycle inventory counts and does not perform an annual physical inventory count. Thank you.
Robert?
Thank you. Well, thank you for your introductory remarks, and I welcome especially your first topic, which you mentioned on your, or Jasper mentioned on the introductory chart, with respect to items that may have been performance gaps by the practitioner instead of unclear standard setting. The question is, are you going to, and we provided some offline comments with respect to this topic. The question is, are you going to make some changes in these paragraphs 16 to 25, which we are going to see then? Thank you.
So on that one, Robert, we welcome the feedback actually, and I would invite the board, if anyone around the table shares the same views, that you strongly believe that some of these key issues and proposed actions are performance related, and if so, please raise it now. Because we haven't heard it across the board on that matter.
I guess, Hank, and I have a question, and this goes to James's point. Do we have the relevant information, fact-based, to determine whether the performance? Now, we have one, Robert, you believe that they may be performance-based, but one of the things that we have to examine is whether they are performance-based or are they related to the standards themselves. And this is a discussion we've often had with IFIAR too, when they have a lot of inspection findings on a particular topic. Is it because the standards are deficient, or is it because people aren't following the standards? Maybe one way to deal with it is have a general comment before the chart saying that we will examine whether things are performance-driven or standards-driven in consultation with key stakeholders. That we're also say that we're not going to do standard setting where the standards are fine, but focus on issues where the standards actually are creating confusion or creating divergences of practice. Would that be sufficient?
Could be an option, yes.
Because we don't want to preclude that examination. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I like your idea there. I think that would be helpful. I guess just, Robert, just in responding, I think it's important to keep open at this stage. This is a project proposal, and so rather than close things down and, take them off the table, I think the key thing here is to leave them on the table until we've fully explored them during the project. So open rather than closed would be my suggestion.
Okay, I think we have a solution for that, though, and I think Robert's happy just to say that we'll be examining it maybe before we even get into in section 5 of the paper or somewhere that we could put a sentence or two in. Wendy?
All right, thank you. I recognize there's probably some confusion between what the ask was for this in terms of making comments only on changes versus whenever I'm getting ready to vote, I'm taking a full, fresh read, and I might see things that I didn't see. I could eat them, Mike. I might see things that I didn't see before. So based on your earlier slide, I presume the edits have all been looked at and the use of words and all of that. So I just want to make a couple of comments. And keep reminding me if the mic disappears from where it's supposed to be. Okay, so A3, which is the implications of using technology and third-party intermediaries. While direct access is mentioned, it may not be scoped correctly, because direct access is not part of the role of confirming parties, nor is it the role of third-party intermediaries. So it may need to be its own issue or separate proposed action in this issue. So that's A3. And I had sent in, for ease, some potential rewrites. And I'm also not addressing if it doesn't align with 17, because you'll fix anything that's not aligned with 17. B5 is negative confirmations. And this came up a lot in reach out. I think the only question I have, meaning negative confirmation came up a lot in reach out because previously there were some differences around the globe due to jurisdictions of when you could use negative confirmations. So I am find that we do need to do something there, and we do need to clarify in the context of what we're doing in audit evidence and risk response, what actually needs to be done with negative confirmations. And then the only question I had here is, it says definitions, and I'm not really sure that that came through in 17, that we were going to change any definitions. So I just wanted to align the issues that we identified with whether or not there are definitions that need to be changed here. That's B5. B6. B6 is just a comment that the framing changed from 17 little I to here. And my recommendation would be to align the phrasing with 17I to be more positive. And B9 is my other one. So we noticed, and I'm sure you saw in my comments that I sent in, that there's no real definition of exceptions. And so maybe that's where we need some alignment, and exceptions might be described differently across the ISAs. So that's the observation I have there. So for example, what happens if you get a partial response? Is that an exception? And that's it. Everything else was pretty editorial. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yeah, so just a point for the team to consider. I'm not fussed about whether you actually put it in the project proposal. In paragraph 24, you get into collaboration and coordination, and you identify some groups that you're specifically going to get in touch with. Well, given that objective A deals with modernizing the standards, and in particular, you're going to look at how technology is going to impact on audit evidence, that it might make sense for you to also coordinate with the tech issue team. They have a sort of a more of an overall view, but also they're going to be engaging an expert working group. So I suspect you might, if you have questions, you might be through them and be able to get some input from that group as well, because it's an ad hoc group that's going to serve that particular team. And there's no reason why you can't benefit from it if you're going to look at it from the tech angle. So it's just a suggestion. If you put it in, fine, in 24, fine. But if you don't put it in, I'm not worried.
A few thoughts on the key issues. The first one is, I think there's one thing in my mind is that in practice, we often have situations where there is a matter of existence about physical inventory, but you just can't observe the count, even remotely. And the company themselves are not able to count the inventory for some reason. So I'm wondering whether this matter will be addressed in the revised standard. It's about the existence. You will perform alternative procedures to address the existence assertion, but because currently we put a lot of attention on attendance, whether physically or remotely. So that's one of my questions. Second thought is that I very support the idea to bring in the fundamental concepts from 315 and the 330. So there are two aspects of that, B1 and A1. I think they are closely connected, because when we talk about considering the use of technology, we are actually talking about the impact on our risk assessment and the risk response. So in some way, they are very closely linked. So how can we integrate those two considerations? And the third thought is that, because based on, we are bringing 315 and the 330 concepts, but traditionally 501 and 505 are very much about substantive audit procedures. So where do we put the controls piece, which is now very highlighted in 330? Are we going to bring in the test of controls piece into these two standards? Or are we saying we are talking about substantive procedures after you considering the test of controls? This is a piece which I don't have an answer to that. I'm wondering how we are going to address that test control piece to put, further audit procedure as a pack to address the existence or condition of the inventory. And another thought is about the inventory under the custody of a third party. Do we really want to leave it in the inventory standard, or can we consider to move that to the external confirmation standard? Because I think many of the considerations, thinking process are the same for other types of external confirmations. It's not only about, the inventory. Thank you.
Yes, as I listen to your comments, many of those issues are definitely issues we will need to address in the course of the project. It's what finds its way into the project proposal because just to some extent, those are actually what our deliberations will take in as solutions. So the question is, are there any topics that you raised that wouldn't have been covered in the project proposal? I think the team will go back and take a look to see if there's any gaps where we wouldn't address those. Wendy, is that a straight card? Anyone else? I have one comment, which I've told the team before in advance. Ada, would you like to go first?
So Wendy already touched upon it, and that's the direct access. And the suggestion that direct access is a confirmation, it's not. It's an alternative procedure in my view. And so if we can take out the suggestion that it is a confirmation, that would be great. Thank you.
And my comment is on paragraph 25, where we say that we'll monitor and consider the impact of relevant jurisdictional developments. I mentioned this to the team in my pre-brief with them, but I think it's important to put this on the record. I think it's just a little passive about what we're trying to do here. I think when these standards, these topics have been addressed recently in other jurisdictions, and just like we said on technology, that we will oftentimes use existing work as a jumping off point, a starting point to drive consistency of practice throughout the world and to drive our agility. I don't think we should be reinventing the wheel. So it's the same concept, but with a little bit more strengthening on paragraph 25 to provide consistency of practice. In fact, I think the agenda papers do that job pretty well. So I just think we should signal our intent.
Thank you all. Thank you, Tom. And maybe start off with Tom's comment. So we've actually have already suggested drafting to that requirement, which we have circulated with the project team, and Billy has also weighed in on it. So it should come through in the next iteration of the draft project proposal. And maybe, Tom, I could respond to some of the comments that were provided by board members. So the first one on, I guess, direct access. So personally, I agree with Wendy's and Ada's position that a direct access may not necessarily be a external confirmation procedure, but I think at the end of the day, the board has to deliberate on that and weigh on it. Unless, you've... So the reason why it's there is because in our outreach, it came up that there is sort of a confusion or there's not enough clarity as whether that in itself is a form of external confirmation procedure or another form of obtaining reliable and relevant audit evidence. Yeah.
I agree with that. And it's good to point to direct access when confirmations in itself are not able to be performed as an alternative procedure. We shouldn't be presenting it as a confirmation procedure. So I agree that direct access should be part of this, our thinking around this, but don't present it as a confirmation procedure.
Okay. I think we can work with that. Billy, did you want to come in?
I just want to make sure. So, Ada, what you're saying is on A3, it's fine that the issue is there. We should just not imply that it. Okay, so we just need to look at the wording there.
Should direct access somehow be in scope? What is it? Is it an alternative procedure?
Yes, it would fall into that. It is an alternate procedure to obtain reliable, relevant audit evidence with respect to the subject matter of a external confirmation procedure. Then on the comment on negative confirmations with respect to the definitions, I completely agree with Wendy's assessment that there's no issue with the definition itself. The reason why it's pointed out in the project proposal is that the board has yet to deliberate on whether we prohibit it explicitly or we continue to allow its use. And if the board lands in a position where you actually prohibit it, then we need to either remove the definition of negative confirmation request because it's a defined term with ISA 505. That's the only reason why it's there. Then on exceptions, the comment about exceptions. So exceptions is a defined term in ISA 505. It's not defined elsewhere in the ISAs, but I do recognize that it may be used in a different context, not in the context of ISA 505. I wouldn't suggest defining it in every context that it's used in the ISAs because I would presume that there's a number of it being used in the standards. But I think if there are concerns about how an exception is defined in ISA 505, I'm pretty sure we could clarify that within application material or an essential matter accompanying the definition. Just want to thank Nancy for the suggestion to actually include the technology project team and the experts group. We were remiss in not including that, and we would welcome possibly including that within paragraph 25. Oh, sorry, 24. No, it's different. And then on the comment by Xiao Yu on internal controls, right? We could all agree that, so first, ISA 501 is relates to selected items, and it covers, okay, I may stand corrected on it, but the requirements in ISA 501 are not necessarily limited to substantive procedures. So as you may recall in ISA 501 paragraph 8B, it allows the auditor to consider inspection and other audit procedures, and that may be test of controls. So it's not necessarily limited to substantive procedures. And I think in agenda item 4, we've clarified that there is no intention or there was no feedback indicating that there is a need to have addressing requirements regarding test of controls for matters relating to inventory in ISA 501 for that matter, but rather we would have to, there was feedback from a number of stakeholder groups that there has to be emphasis on the importance of controls when you're looking into inventory. And I think we are clear in the project proposal that it might likely be application material.
May I add a point on that in terms of control? I raised that because when I read Agenda 8, Paper 8, there is cases where we say, oh, this procedure might not be sufficient to address that risk. And then we go back to, oh, please consider controls. But actually in the flow, the test of control will come before the substantive work, right? Because you first test the operating effectiveness of controls, then you use a substantive procedure to respond to the remaining wrong, which is inherent risk minus what had already been addressed by control and then substantive work. So I mean the flow or the thinking process, how 510 will demonstrate that thinking process under 315 and 330, especially 330. I mean, that's my question. Thank you.
I think we could agree that the audit process itself is an iterative process. It's not necessarily a linear, one-way approach. So we would consider that and would think about how we could address that in the project, but it would not likely be in the project proposal as we're developing the ED, for sure.
I think the question is, to me, about project proposals. And so it's a little bit awkward since we've have the substantive board papers later today. Is there anything that is in the project proposal either limiting or allowing for the adequate discussion of issues? I want to separate the scoping of the project from the actual substantive decisions and topics. So I guess, are we missing something in the project proposal that would preclude the discussion you'd like to have on those topics? Or would you just like, when we get to the point on agenda paper, I guess it's 8, like to raise the substantive topics? I'm struggling a little bit about if there's a gap in the project proposal, though. Do you feel like the project proposal is deficient in that way? That's stopping us from considering those issues?
Well, Tom, if I may say that, if we go back to the very overall project objectives, I think we might add in a paragraph addressing the alignment with the risk assessment and the risk response, in addition to the current 2 points.
Which might mean that I should. So we hear you, Xiaoyu, and we thought that the project team has addressed that. If you look into the lead-in paragraph, in paragraph 11, prior to sub-bullets A and B, we've incorporated changes to the wording there to have that element of alignment with the foundational ISIS.
You pointed us to?
The project objectives, paragraph 11.
Yeah, where you say I'm more closely aligning with the concept of requirements of foundational ISIS.
Yes. And that's thanks to Ado and Jamie. There is that overarching element of it, and we didn't separate it because we thought that it's pervasive across the key issues and the proposed actions.
Well, actually, when I read paragraph 11, I think the A, modernization, and B, and the drive promote consistency. It's not so explicit about the risk assessment and the response, right? So, well, I mean, I think a related thought is that this project, I mean, timing of this project will be after the 330 and the 500 will be finalized, right? That's my understanding. So, to me, I acknowledge it's a new idea. I didn't thought about that in the December meeting. Is that between A and 2, it's not so clear about the alignment with the 315 and the 330, at least when I read these two paragraphs. But I think the alignment of that AERR deliverables are as important as modernize and drive consistency.
Okay, so the way I interpret your comment is, in fact, the new addition leading into the colon, in fact, aligning with the concepts and requirements of foundational ISAs could be C. That is what you're suggesting.
Right now, we put it in the lead-in, so it relates to both of them, to both the A and the B.
But if it's C, it's also pervasive too. I don't understand what's. I honestly, I think it works both ways, but it's an action. Would anyone object to it being?
So let me, if I may come in on that one, Tom. So inherently, when we draft our project proposal and we develop our standards, that should be coherent with the body of this ISIS. And I think based on my understanding, we have not yet have a very separate project objective solely on alignment issues. And that's why it's presented as an overarching objective, because we always have to have that in mind.
Yes, thank you, Henken. So my view on this is that this is a project proposal, and in the solutions that the team will present to us, because what's important is it addresses the public interest issues, the issues that are identified, how they come into shape, will all be up to us. And I also see an element, and it's something that I'm aware of, that, for example, the need to perform confirmations, that actually sits in 330, not in 505. So how is that relationship going to work once we are trying to articulate specific situations where confirmations may be required? Because inherently, I would think that sits in 330. But that is something that I will keep firmly in mind as the team comes up with solutions. And if that means that at that time we will need to conform, we will conform. But I don't see this holding up the project to be that precise on it at the outset. So this is the start of the team to get going, get working on these issues, and present us with alternatives that are either acceptable to us or not. Thank you.
Does anyone feel strongly about this? I think we achieve the same thing. We're clearly alignment with the standards are important. What's new is that we're going to have a revised 330 and 500, and those are pretty important revisions. I think the team could go back and consider whether it's appropriately placed here or as a bullet point C. I don't think this is a fatal flaw to anyone. I think we just have to do it regardless. We're going to act the same way. Okay. Any other comments on this?
I think we're good to move on to the next slide, Tom. So on the remaining sections of the project proposal, there's really not much other than the substantive change that we have to the appendix to reflect the additional outreach that we've performed in Q1 of 2026 with members of the SAC that are identified as users of the financial statements and preparers, and our outreach with JSS members of the IAASB JSS liaison group. So I turn back to you, Tom, for questions from the board.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay, let's proceed.
Tom, that's the end of the session, the presentation of the project team. Unless, of course, the board has anything else to add that we may consider as we turn the project proposal at some point today.
Okay, so when do you expect us to have the revised proposal back?
It's at 4 p.m. on Wednesday.
Okay. So what I just summarized what I think we've heard today is that you'll have careful consideration of the appropriate verbs, conjunctions, careful consideration, not giving the impression that direct access is an external confirmation. You're going to revise something related to looking at the work of other standard setters, and a few others edits throughout as well. You'll take back Jayu's point as well and consider the placement of that point related to 330, 315, and 500 too. Am I missing anything? Okay, before we close, maybe Dave, any reflections? I think this is important from a public interest perspective to make sure that we're aligning on the right issues to be held accountable for.
Thanks, Tom. And I'll be very brief. We're very supportive of the project. We congratulate you on the outreach that you've done already, and I know there'll be more in the process of executing on the project. So keep it up.
Great. Okay. Jesper, Hankin, or Natalie, anything else you'd like to say?
I want to thank everyone for the comments and good discussions. We'll go to work with it and share tomorrow an updated draft with you.
Okay. So what I suggest to do is allow time for Claire to come to the table, get set up on her topic. Remember, we're going to address a sustainability and other assurance update. We'll do this, try to do the sustainability part before lunch, break after we finish sustainability, and do the rest of it after lunch. Does that work for you, Claire?
Agenda item 5. Yeah.
Welcome, Kazugo, too.
I think we're good to go whenever you're ready, Tom.
Yeah, let's get going.
Fantastic. So Kazuko and I are here to update you briefly on ISA 5000 adoption and implementation and get your feedback. That's the most... Oh, so even that, gosh, it sounds so loud when it's near you, isn't it? Okay. And most importantly, to get your feedback on the A&I work that we have done. And then we're going to talk to you after the break, after lunch, about a possible future project on other assurance engagements, and again, ask for your views on the proposed information gathering that we'll talk to you about. So each section will be about 30 minutes, so 30 minutes between now and lunch to talk about ISA 5000 A&I. So we'll move on to the next slide, please, Michelle. Oh, we have the clicker. Fantastic. Okay. So our focus for adoption of ISA 5000 has been awareness raising of the value of consistent, comparable and trustworthy assurance. And really, our major activity beyond, talking to stakeholders and outreach in this is monitoring and sharing the adoption status. And we've seen this as being a way of showing the momentum that has been building in adoption. And this really for some jurisdictions and many jurisdictions, really provide some reassurance to jurisdictions that others in their region are adopting, and what part, how long they're along on the pathway to adoption, and they can always explore that directly with their neighbours in the region. So this on this map, you'll see how ISSA 5000 adoption is looking, and it's looking pretty healthy. The latest adopter in the last week of ISSA 5000 is New Zealand. The XRB have announced their adoption. So we're just seeing this rapid, progressing rapidly, and really that's understandable because leading up to the effective date of 15 December this year, I think we'll just, really a lot of jurisdictions are making a big effort to put their adoption in place. So from August last year, we started publishing the adoption status on our website, and you'll find that on our focus page for sustainability assurance. So if you want to know the exact jurisdictions that have adopted or are in progress, you can have a look on that page. And we're updating that every quarter. So the last update was just within the last couple of weeks in early March. So you'll see, I wanted to mention our sources of information. So we have been obtaining the assistance of the IAASB Jurisdictional Standard Setters Liaison Group, and they have been very supportive right from the start in providing information in their jurisdiction. But we've also been really pleased to be able to develop partnerships with a number of regional bodies, and that includes Accountancy Europe, the Confederation of Asian and Pacific Accountants, CAPA, the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, PAFA, and Gleneef, the Gruppo of Italian-American Accounting Standard Setters. So these have been really helpful partnerships in keeping track of adoption in the region. As you can appreciate, with language differences, we can't always just do a search and find all these jurisdictions easily in every case. I note that we are in discussions in extending those partnerships to the Caribbean and the Middle East. So we should have new sources of information going forward. We're definitely seeing this momentum building rapidly, whether it's adopting 5,000 or local equivalent that's obviously complies with 5,000. And we're particularly seeing that momentum in jurisdictions that have adopted the IFRS S1 and S2. We do see quite a bit of correlation, not always, but quite often it's in conjunction with that. So in summary, what you're seeing on this slide is there's 13 jurisdictions have now adopted ISSA 5000, primarily with an effective date of 15 December this year. Some, like Australia, with early adoption. And then we have a further 26 countries that are in progress, so they have either exposure draft out or other consultation in relation to adoption. So we would hope to see many of those convert to adopted in the next months, in the forthcoming months. And we have another 16 jurisdictions under consideration. So now I'm going to hand over to Kazuko to talk about implementation.
Thank you, Claire. Can you hear me? Is this good? Up a little? Okay. So in this slide, I will touch on what we have published since we last updated you and what you can expect from us in the near future. So if you can look at the left-hand side of the slide, you will see the things that we published since September 2025. We held a webinar series in October 2025, and the recording and the material used in the webinar can be found in the project page. In November, we released FAQ, relevance of ISSA 5000 to assurance in the European Union. And we also issued sustainability assurance illustrated reports. If you could look at the right-hand side, that is what we plan to issue. There's a couple of FAQs. FAQs on materiality, we are planning to get that released by April. And after that, we will have the general matters across the sustainability assurance engagement. And we plan to have that released up progressively in Q2 and Q3. And after that, joint IAASB, IASB FAQs, that is planned to come out in Q3. So we will continue to monitor ANI, and the development of other materials will be considered when necessary to support the consistent or effective implementation and application of ISSA 5000 and address specific or targeted issues or challenges. And I also want to highlight that we have been gathering implementation questions and issues from the Sustainability Assurance Implementation Working Group and ISSA 5000 Technical Implementation Contact Group. And we also have online submission form, and we do outreach with key stakeholders and JSS. So this has been the basis for what we have been issuing and also what we plan to develop going forward. So with that, I would like to move on to the questions to you. There's two questions on this slide. What we are interested in hearing about is one, what are you hearing from the stakeholders, developments in adoption, progress and impediments or challenges being experienced in preparing methodologies and implementations. We're also happy to hear if there's any success stories. And the second question we have is, are the ISSA 5000 ANI plans appropriate to address stakeholder needs? With that, please let me hand it back to Tom. I think we have plenty of time.
Okay, Nancy.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, team, for the update. So a bit of information from the Canadian front. On the reporting side, sustainability reporting, no real change there. It's basically voluntary, except for a very small slice of entities, and they are the federally regulated financial institutions. So those are the big banks in Canada. There is a requirement for some climate-related disclosure, but other than that, there is no reporting requirement. The CSA has paused its work on its national instrument development, so nothing is moving fast on that front. On the assurance side, in terms of practice, it's voluntary. There's no requirement. So in terms of practice, there's some limited assurance engagements there, and it's primarily on greenhouse gas emission. So I guess people can glean from the existing 3410 for that, and in combination with 3000 in our case. Good news, like your map, you can have actually a green dot for North America. Just late breaking news. We've decided to adopt 5000. The reason for not having done that earlier was because we were waiting to work on some Indigenous related matters. So that track is going on still, and the board has decided to decouple that. We're adopting 5000, and when those other revisions are finalized, those amendments would be added to the Canadian 5000 standard. We also have approved an effective date of December 15, 2027. So it's a little bit later than the ISSA 5000, but we're allowing for early adoption. So for people who would want to use that, they could. I think that's the update. Yeah, thanks.
I'll keep calling on you if you keep bringing us good news, Nancy. Wendy. You don't get a mic if you don't bring good news.
Requirements for sustainability reporting in the U.S. have not advanced recently. And my good news is that the ASB, the standard setter in the US, has released proposed changes that would align with ISA 5000. So that is good news. And hopefully as that project progresses, so will some of the requirements. And we'll get the comment period, I think, is open until June 30th. So at a future meeting, I might have some items to bring up that we are hearing from our stakeholders. And that's really my US update. But you can still pick on me if I don't have good news. Thanks.
Amara.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Just a quick update. I think Brazil is one of the first, if not the first country to adopt as a regulatory requirement sustainability reports prepared in accordance with IFRS S1 and IFRS S2 from 2026. And together with that, both bank regulators and security regulators required a reasonable assurance. So there is no room for limited assurance in Brazil for regulated entities in general. And it was ISA 5000 was officially adopted in late December 2025. 2025. And it's basically because regulators did require the accounting regulator to have it translated to Portuguese and integrated in our regulatory environment. And recently, as last week, I had a discussion with the auditors of the organization that I work with. And what are they doing? They are now moving from limited assurance that they use it to issue for the reports prepared by the organization to reasonable assurance. And they, according to themselves, they are in a learning process of the requirements to fulfill the reasonable assurance report. So I think we'll see at the end of this year, next year, the results of practical application of ISA 5000 for reasonable assurance.
Thank you. Akiko?
Thank you. Sorry, I have really husky voice today. I don't know why, but sorry if it's not very clear for you. But thank you for your presentation, Claire and Kazuko. Yes, and I want to share the good news from Japan about adoption because we have a representative from JFSA who is responsible for that. So maybe I leave it for him. But what I want to talk is actually, so it's indeed, I think, correct that because we had a meeting with a sustainability working group yesterday, and we have not yet identified any specific needs for new standard setting activities regarding sustainability at this stage. I don't have anything in my mind as well. And furthermore, if I can step in to the maybe a little bit next to agenda, other assurance, which will be discussed in the next session. I'm generally supportive on that. Having said that, I like to emphasize that here that it will be premature to conclude that we will not start any standard setting activity for sustainability during the current period, strategic working plan period. As the team highlighted in the agenda paper, there are still numerous, so many challenges surrounding sustainability assurance. That is what I hear. I won't say specific things because I'm in a working group and I've already shared that to the team, and that is already included in the agenda. Yes, but what I want to say is that maybe we cannot rule out the possibility of issues that guidance alone may not sufficiently addressed. So I think the IAASB has preliminarily supported practitioners because that, of course, are very reasonable through guidance. But we need to see a broader range of stakeholders going forward, and particularly preparers who are really eager to understand what's written in 5,000. And they really seek a constructive engagement with practitioners. That is, to do that, they need to understand what's written in 5,000, and that is really good news for profession. And users, they really like to know what's happening, what's really happening in the engagement between practitioners and preparers, which they are not part of that. So therefore, I believe it's appropriate to determine any necessary future actions that as we continue our efforts to support adoption and implementation. So I believe this is not, my view is consistent with the current paper, but I just wanted to place this point for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. I have three comments. One, sustainability reporting are being introduced in many jurisdictions. However, while sustainability disclosure are becoming mandatory, we understand that assurance is sometimes voluntary at the initial stage of implementation rather than mandatory. For example, in jurisdictions such as the UK and Korea. To promote the broader adoption of assurance practice across jurisdictions, it may be important for IAASB to develop a deeper understanding of why such institutional differences exist between disclosure requirements and assurance requirements. Second, we also understand that the guidance currently under consideration is primarily intended for practitioners. However, the smooth implementation of assurance frameworks will also depend on the understanding of preparers. We believe that support for preparers should also be considered. Finally, we understand that the IAASB standards incorporate mechanisms intended to reduce excessive burdens. We suggest that IAASB also consider how to address scalability challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Let me start with the good news so that you carry on listening. Yeah, great that South Africa adopted 5,000 as well as the ISA. So that was earlier this year, and good to get a green tick. And really hopeful that that then is going to set a leading example for others within the continent. And there are a number of other countries that are considering it in Africa as well. Claire and I presented yesterday to an RBA webinar. There are a number of people on that, and hopefully that then gathers some momentum. Seeing Sammy up on the screen, there he is, seeing Sammy, I wanted to have a call out to Saudi Arabia for their adoption, but their translation as well, and the leading position that they took, having IFAC and the IAASB engaging with so many of their stakeholders, and then ultimately leading to that adoption, which is a real demonstration of how when the IAASB does get involved, there is traction and we get that momentum. And I think hopefully also going to set a leading example in the region. Yesterday, when I was preparing for our webinar, the one thing that did strike me is that we think about Europe sometimes as a single entity, like some people think of Africa as a single country. And Europe isn't a single entity. And I was really pleased to see the number of individual countries within Europe that are in the process and considering the adoption of 5,000. So don't let that be lost, that it's just the CAOB that's considering the limited assurance standard as a 5,000 baseline. There are individual countries, and a number of them, that are taking action in their own right as our standard may be applied in many other circumstances beyond just the CSRD. Bill, looking to you, must be a front runner, right? Australia, they already have reports. They've got to be the first reports that have been using ICSA 5,000. So applicable for December of 2025. Those first reports are out. My insights coming out of Australia isn't any major concerns around 5,000 itself. It's pretty similar where it's a new reporting framework, their interpretations. And so sometimes I feel like we've got to make sure that we're hearing the right things. Is it the reporting framework that's creating a little bit of stress and pressure in the system? Or is it the assurance standard? Most of the time when we delve into it, you might find that actually it's the reporting standard that's requiring more interpretation, creating a little bit more conflict between the preparers and the assurance practitioners. But most of the time, 5,000 hasn't yet been involved other than across in Australia, and I'm just hearing good news from there. So I think overall, I would say that the IAASB and the implementation plans and the adoption plans has been working. And I can see when we are involved, it does create momentum and it is stimulating that adoption where we're needing it. So I would continue to see that we are being involved, being out there, making sure that we continue with that momentum for the adoption of our standard.
Thank you for that throw across to me, Neil. But yes, Australia, I think, was the first, were we? Claire, could you confirm that? So we've just the year to December 31, 2025 is the first year of reporting. Fortunately, it's limited assurance. We've had lots of issues, but I just think pragmatism has held its head high. There's nothing I could say is a real deal breaker. I just think they've got on and dealt with it as best they can. There'll be continual need for further assistance, but nothing I could say was a particular holding point. We've been late getting out some of our reports out. The local board doing some reports for our legislation, but that was probably the only slow piece, I think. So it's a good story. One would hope it will continue, though, as we go forward and things will improve in terms of. It's a lot of cooperation between the preparers and the assurers too, which is, I think, both sides are struggling at sometimes, and they're working together. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for the update, everybody around the table, and Neil being rather comprehensive in his good news, so that's lovely. I had and Neil touched upon Europe, where independent territories are adopting 5,000, which is great. But there is still the CAOB that will come out with guidance standards, so it's a little bit unsure what actually will come out in the process. And just reflecting on that, and your paragraph 2, where you say from about Q4 26 will comprise mainly of monitoring of relevant, and it gave me the feel of, okay, you're scaling down then. But that may coincide when the CAOB may come out with their guidance, and particularly when there's daylight between 5,000 and whatever they come up with, that may not be the right approach to scale down then. So that was just a bit of a warning and of course you're aware of it, and we will need to act appropriately at that particular point in time.
Sorry, just to be clear on the CAOB and the European Commission, we are very closely engaged with the CAOB and the European Commission. Many of you will be aware that the European Commission wrote to the CAOB regarding still their desire to use 5,000 as the basis for a limited assurance requirement in the EU, consistent with the omnibus approval. The conversations we're having are very constructive, and we're very engaged, and we'll help them. But I think the intent is still to use 5,000 as a basis in Europe, and we will continue to apply resources as appropriate and necessary if things change. But I am cautiously optimistic that in the EU that 5,000 will be the basis for limited assurance requirements, and that the divergences will be small and more focused on removing things that aren't relevant in the European context, like the reasonable assurance requirements or an assessment about the suitability of ESRSs, or about adding things that our standards did not address explicitly, such as the taxonomy. So, that is my relatively optimistic view. The team is very much engaged with them. And so I want to give a sense of cautious optimism to those who are observing us and those in the room. Makiko?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you everybody for sharing your good news and also the situation in each jurisdiction. Neil, thank you for your comprehensive summary, and Nancy, Wendy, sorry, Bill and Tom, and Edo as well. And then what I wanted to add to my comment previously is that, as Neil said, actually what I hear from people, most of them is really about the interpretation of the reporting standard, because it's very new and it's not only about figures, of course, so it really might be more difficult than accounting standard. So that is what I want to add. So, and based on this, maybe there may be the room for us to support people, is that to collaborate with reporting standard setters more. Yes, of course, I know there is a limited resources of us, so I don't like to overwhelm our staff. But yeah, so that is what I want to highlight, because that is because maybe assurance engagement itself is running at the same time, and the people use reporting standard and assurance standard at the same time. So that is there's maybe the opportunity for us. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Claire, do you want to wrap up on the sustainability side?
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Tom. So there's a few comments that I'd love to respond to. So I'll just go in sort of reverse order with some of those. And Makiko's final comment about collaborating with the reporting standard setters, and take note of that. And I just would flag that certainly we meet regularly with particularly the IAASB. We also meet from time to time with the GRI. And I just would flag that they certainly feel, particularly the IAASB, that they're at a different stage to us. So what we find is we're often presenters at the same events, which is great. So we're getting the two perspectives side by side, but we're certainly seeing them as feeling like they're too far ahead of us in terms of, being able to issue things collaboratively. But nevertheless, it's a good point, Makiko, and we'll certainly bear that in mind. At the scaling down, I just would add, Tom's mainly addressed that in terms of Edo's, your point, and their deadline, the CAOSB's deadline is, if I remember rightly, the end of September. And so it will be, the work that we'll be doing with them will be primarily over the next few months to help them develop those that technical advice that they're going to give to the European Commission to then have the delegated act for limited assurance. And what we are hearing strongly, so even though Tom's saying he's optimistic, we are hearing very strongly from from European Commission in particular, that desire to be interoperable, that desire to be consistent is strongly, I think they've heard that strongly from stakeholders. So that I think is really going to be very helpful, because that alignment we're anticipating will be that they'll be very closely aligned to others, is what we anticipate. So I'll just touch on a few other things before I know lunch is about to happen now. Again, it was interesting that Bill said about the preparers and assurers working together. They're facing the challenges of being the first adopters in Australia, so that's really good to hear there's some collaboration, because I know the early days of CSRD, there was some angst, that was coming through in some cases with, the demands of having assurance practitioners, going all over the sustainability reporting when the preparers are just trying to get up to speed. So that's great that they're collaborating in an effective way. I did want to just ask, if we have time, Tom, I just wanted to ask a question back to the group, because we did hear from Yoshihiro and Mikiko about, that we, indicating we should consider whether there's a need for us to produce something, some guidance or other materials perhaps directed at preparers and users. And so I guess it would be helpful to us if we have, a few minutes, we can cut into lunch, to just see whether there's other views around the table on that. Because yes, it is true, we have been focusing on practitioners. We have been very much wanting to make sure we've given them the materials they need for implementation. We saw that as being critical, number one, priority. But of course, there may be something we can do for preparers and users, but just wanting to get a temperature in the room around that. And I don't think I need to comment on the other positive news that was shared. So thanks for all the other news that everyone shared.
I made a comment earlier about non-authoritative materials coming out. With sustainability, the speed of getting implementation material has been quite quick, and I think it's a good example of when a market needs something, we can put something out quite quickly and help out in particular areas, and as distinct from, as I was saying earlier, having a much, much longer due process. So just an observation, and I think that going forward though, what Australia practitioners will need will be more selected standards on particular areas rather than further, more implementation guidance. So that could be the challenge for us as we get back into that due process for the delivery of those.
Anyone else? Okay, what I suggest we do, thank you, team. If you think of any other items related to sustainability, we could pick them up after lunch, and then we'll turn into other assurance matters. Let's return to the board at 1:30, so 55-minute break right now, and we'll do assurance, and then we'll turn to LCE afterwards. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry. In terms of meeting at lunch, right now we're going to have the people working on the 500 series meet in the executive room across the way to address some of the comments that they've heard in our meetings. Tonight, the technology team and the ISA for LCE team will meet back in the office. The technology team will be in the green room, and the ISA for LCE team will use the orange room. Okay, thank you.
No, yes, so that is more in That's those changes to the so that we can make it rather than waiting 75 days to guide that will have had its due process. Focus them. How are you data? So that everything say don't put anything in public AI. So
Yeah, that's right. So everybody's talking the way they want to. Technology. Now it is.
Need to get on
So like maybe you, yeah, but.
Okay, yes, we're gonna, yeah.
And you're gonna pay more. The whole
Yeah, no, because it was late. It's not going to be. Yeah. This is. Or not, and that was condition. So when I read informer, this resume as a doctor, which then it was the red dot. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I really Spanish. So because
Okay.
anyway.
Michelle.
I didn't do, it wasn't me. It wasn't. We just you meet over there. That's why I'm thinking that might be everything's changed. What are we doing? Right, I'm gonna have to take it off because we need that. Yes. So, all right. What's your name? Sorry for the. The orange or ISRE. Is this what I'm trying to do?
I don't know.
It's the afternoon. This is at 2:30. No, 1:05. Okay. What's your name?
Oh, you're good. I was just
Going
grab you.
by. Let's check this.
I am not.
My calendar, this is the orange. You can see this right here.
That's the one that's going into 5:30. And that's what's blocking her from booking her. Tell Anna, yeah, she gotta shorten her meeting to 5. Yeah, 5. Or move to another room. People's gonna be in the green room.
Yes, I talked to them. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I know. So I need to try.
Yeah.
Strategies. I think my hotel is great. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she needs to send, she has to, right.
Yeah, I was.
Used to protect
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but let me see.
their board members.
This one. First, before I forget, there was one lumpy spot.
Maybe when we talk to you. Oh my,
This
that's
section
right.
is good, and then we
What
take
do
the
you
next to the other side.
Oh, we're moving those.
Yeah, whoever wants to move, body can.
Right, I mean, it's not right, but it's like,
And just see.
So I'm sure everyone's asking.
Didn't give them power too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, We have one day.
Is it just that raising the right? No.
Yeah.
Just have to sit by. Yes. Body, I'm sorry.
No.
I just working up and down.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got Argentina, Mexico.
Yes. How about we give it stable?
Yeah, so you're the only one.
No, You're still.
Oh.
It's still up. Now.
So have I got
It might be different if they're there. We might have a whole, because we're just, we have it like first come. We're gonna break that down. I need That's why you're looking at you're looking at.
Do you, and there's a link.
Had to be a lot.
Send me the link, I'd love to have it to, okay, there it is on the website. Because then I would put that on the website. There's a link.
Which one?
When we have to do it for the whole run?
Oh, yeah, that's.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that's.
Let them know that.
Okay. I was thinking, I was saying to myself, but I thought you were one of the.
Yeah.
They said that.
You were one of the early.
It might cause let's follow their rules. We still have time.
Go, out.
Because I was thinking,
make a left, and make a right, and it's all the way in the back. You see the water and everything.
We're putting Christelle and Neil beside you.
Okay.
Because they're having trouble with the AC
Get all
above.
the way down, then you make a right, and you'll see the move in the corner. We sitting up here, huh? Windows.
It's some sort of reassurance that what's there. It's really what happened. Say that there's no significant.
Oh, under?
So then.
Yeah. Just gonna grab one.
That uncertainty, what have we done? Limits? That's a negative.
I'm working with one leg, Joe, come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, oh, we just take.
Okay, so when we are. It's
They're on the
they are.
Yes.
So it's gotta go first. No worries, I'm gonna, once I finish.
Okay.
Here comes your first squeeze.
The first squeeze is.
Second.
The second is.
When he gets to this part. It's. It is too much for workout. I mean, it does work. I need this, that, and that. You don't use.
Understand. Something, yeah. We've kind of put that on back burner, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So how'd you meet your wife? Okay, okay, so she was always a chef.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Yes. Yeah, he did.
Which one do you expect? I expect one that the author says everything's okay.
Oh, no, exactly. This is a perennial problem on the national. Reunited at it.
Pay attention, I'll say one thing. Okay, most, sorry.
You were like,
The most students.
got 2 power careers here. Power career.
So he has one of the most successful one. Yeah. So that is. And. Let me go. For investment. And that's not totally. Yeah. And then we have. So which one is the right goal? So. Is most. Almost. So then I went to, let me talk about what will happen.
I was gonna think.
Or less.
Insurance, we have 3 or 4. That's but these are the Robert. Balance sheet that help blah blah blah. So it's we are finalized. Then when we finalize about 1 year and a half, we'll publish the final version. And then everything will depend on the date. Generally 2 years after that.
I wanted today.
Yes. Well, the guys, he was young like let's say, sorry. You want to talk about yeah,
They used to be what I would absolutely understand. No. I don't know just how to do it. She's, they have yet to master that. She had the right ratio of.
Yeah.
Everything is. Yes, mine is always a 2-man AV. Not enough. Crazy cutting on her. And she used to use pickle relish, like. Yep. But I, for some reason, I put too much. Well, yes, Miss Celery, yes, that you would, sometimes you have egg in it. But most of the time, my sister didn't like it. A little bit of shredded egg in it. Let's close her. Mom don't taste nothing like hers.
Question, my dear.
It wasn't me.
I know, I promise something very low.
Yeah, he told me he was leaving early, he had to leave early.
How old?
I don't, well. If we put the presentation on there, I'm comfortable with. Going in. No.
I know.
Yeah, just.
He didn't tell me anything. Until
We don't.
I would have been for sure. And we are comfortable enough to say that we can help. And.
Well, yeah, it's not that complicated.
I don't think so, but it's not that simple, and I.
Yeah, this is the trick. It's not.
That's the only reason why.
But if he walks me through it, like he can walk me through it. It's we have what presentations we have left. I don't even think it's a lot. And I think we already put them on there.
They're all there.
They're all, yeah, the ones for today. Yep, ISA, LCE, sustainability we've done. So it's just ISA for LCE and that'll probably be the last presentation. I have no problem with it.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just saying, older, they might have. The presentation's already uploaded.
Yeah, they're using the sticker. The last
Yeah,
presentation
it's just a matter of finding the publication.
It's on the desktop.
Yeah.
You put them all on, like you just put the brake slide on, stop the share. I mean, it's not that hard. I can still share it. And share it.
Laying it up.
As the first. I'd rather put that now.
Yeah.
Can we do like a routine? Like what goes from one to one to one?
They already uploaded here. They're on the desktop.
Yeah, they're on the desktop.
Where are they now?
On the desktop, literally on the desktop, yep. Like if we stop share, right?
Sorry,
If we stop share,
So.
right, and we go to.
Who is gonna? You know.
In the slideshow, right? 1 second. Right, and we close this. This we have to close because that's over. And we have, what's this? So 500, no, that's the series. This one is. It's a sustainability, and this is the one. And provide this.
So what's the first one for lunch, right? After lunch, what's the next one that's gonna happen?
They're done with sustainability, so I'm assuming it's this. Yeah, I suppose the agenda items.
I don't think she was, she said she was. Oh, they completely done, Claire. Because I overheard, when I was coming here, I was listening, and when she sat down, she says, yeah, the first half hour, we're gonna do this, and then after that, after lunch, we will continue with.
So maybe, yeah, let me,
I don't think she's done.
okay. Maybe I.
But I wasn't in here. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought she was not.
Oh, we have Alex here, but I don't know. Alex, are you here to stay?
Leaving.
You to stay?
Okay, he's abandoning me.
Well,
I'm in tomorrow and Thursday.
Hello, sir. How are you?
We do search. So.
Yeah, we got some of this slide. It was over. It was over. Claire,
She's not.
Hello.
are we picking up sustainability?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Which, on this slide?
We will be moving to
See you later.
slide one here.
Five. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I might just plug in.
Oh,
Would you- Yeah, I'm gonna plug in.
Sandwich or something, so you can. Okay, I'll show you.
This.
It's interesting, David.
Oh, it's really simple. Like you see.
Yeah,
how the camera is?
yeah, because
That's
it's
how the
basically
meeting's
saved
gonna
on the
be.
desktop so that,
But I know it's a presentation and
then it's just a matter of sharing.
presentation and then.
Realize
Corner is-
what it is. What is this? The people.
So right now, the people that are on.
On YouTube, that's what they say.
Okay, so
We are. You see? Yeah, so. Yeah, it's just a matter of, yeah.
Well, you have reinforcements. Alex is here.
Well, that's good. That's good. It says Dimas is leaving.
It's just not my system and I'm not.
Oh, name. Good. Me? No, not yet. You know what? There was some goat cheese on the.
That was for lunch.
Not on the
Breakfast.
breakfast.
Yeah, it doesn't agree with me. Ugh.
Okay.
Made my stomach kind of weird, so I'm like just chilling out.
Maybe a ginger ale?
Yeah, maybe that's what I should go get me a ginger ale. That's what I'll do.
I'll run over and get you a ginger ale if you want.
I'll have to.
You're over here.
Here. They're right there out there outside the door.
Not the sodas. Sodas are in the kitchen.
Okay.
Somebody run and get that for you?
No,
Then are you gonna go get something to eat though before?
I'm gonna just, yeah, let me, you know why? Because I need to move too. That's
Okay.
another issue.
Fair enough.
I need to move. And you've been here since like crack of dawn. I do not want to work you to death. No worries.
Bye over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Let me to this day. Once. Uh-uh. What? Yeah.
What time does they come back? 1 hour, right?
Yeah, 1:30.
1:30, okay. 1:30 they coming back? Yeah.
It's, we're coming back to sustainability. So we only got one more slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Michelle, see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Our current office, our current system, our current everything. Remember, put everybody on hold.
Mm-hmm. Please hold.
Be nice with Alex.
Alex is cool. Who's all the Alex?
It's in Mount. See you tomorrow. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
Thank you.
I'll be like.
You're going to, yeah, well, I'm good. Yeah.
Anyways, I'm coming back.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Yes. Your charger?
You can
I
keep
can,
it until tomorrow.
all right, thank you. I'll
Another
bring it
unit
in
needed.
tomorrow. There is. Only rip off that, man. Mm-mm. What? You gotta be hidden. My kids are bad. What? Unlock classic games. Find. What is it? Are you kidding? What is this? This is a sticker. What inside? Inside is it? Quick check. This doesn't even taste good. Hmm. What are you doing? Stop my shell. Yeah. Mhm.
Good. I want you to be my bodyguard.
I will watch it. Guard it with my life. Somebody goes near it, I'm going this. So I got played with these. Let me tell you why. It said prize inside, right?
No.
So I went back to 5 years old, and this was the prize. Look, you're gonna be laughing. You know I was mad.
Sticker?
It is. It is.
I never liked that.
Girl, I used to live off these things. I love crack jack.
But
But
they were
they-
never my thing.
They don't taste good anymore.
I love popcorn. However, I don't like sugar popcorn.
Well, I did.
I can do kettle corn because it's got salty to it.
Yeah.
But I don't like caramel corn. I'm not a fan.
Cracker Jacks used to have peanuts in it. Right?
Yeah, buy me some peanuts and crime.
Within the Cracker Jacks. But now I haven't seen a peanut yet. And
You
this is a
crack your
whole,
teeth.
this is a whole bag of nothing. I really
Welcome
feel,
to 2026.
I really feel cheated.
You were
Yeah.
cheated.
Till I feel cheated. I feel like they played.
You should feel that way,
I
because
feel-
that's exactly what happened. I'm sorry.
They played me like a wet pussy.
Please go get, like, they have tuna in there. They have tuna, they have a lot of other options too, and then salad, and their cookie tray, Michelle, is the best cookie tray that I have seen, everything that we've ordered. Bars, cookies, they have like, those little, and I love them, the, like, vanilla cakey cookie with like the icing on top that they do for holidays, and it's a shamrock cookie. Lucky I didn't take it. I tried to limit myself to just a sugar cookie and an oatmeal and add some berries. That's gonna be I'll get a hot coffee for when we start over. But I was like, let me get it now before they go crazy. They had one of those like Italian
Oh, yeah.
cookies.
The biscotti thing.
Two of those. No, not even. Like, you go to like an Italian deli or like a bakery, and they have the cookies that they make the sandwich out of. They put like the jelly in between. But they have the ones that like just go in a circle. Then they'll have the ones that like they dip in the chocolate and they put the sprinkles on, like those.
Girls, just talking to you, I feel myself swelling up.
No.
Get it. Talking about jelly and all my favorite things.
I know. Because I miss being a kid going into the Italian bakery, because they would always give me a cookie. They'd always give us a free cookie.
Girl, you know what I love about Italian bakeries? The cannolis. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't eat those like nobody's business, but they're probably the worst things you can eat.
Really?
Yeah, they're fried. It's fried dough.
Oh, yeah. This thing is good too, because this has what's on it.
Yeah.
So then when I analyze the photo, it'll pick that up and it wrote everything down.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So let me say, you said that our insurance,
100% covers.
how much is it?
I don't know, because our insurance covers it 100%, so we pay $0.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
And my
how
sister
do you-
told me that she got it. Her insurance covered it, like her work insurance. I was like, oh, but
But how do you get it to your insurance? I mean,
you just put in your insurance information.
oh, okay.
And it tells you immediately, like when you sign in, like, oh, great. It will cover 100%, your insurance covers 100%. So it will, because it did for me. So we all have the same
I'm
one.
gonna do.
Megan does it, and it'll help you. I wish I would have had this when I started.
Well, this is why I'm trying to do all the stuff that you guys are doing in the beginning,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because Friday, I don't start. till
I crawled
Friday.
so you could walk.
Yes. I'm following in your footsteps. Yeah, because you look great. So. Yeah, you do. And some people get a scary look. You don't have that.
My mom told me, like halfway to here, my mom told me that I did, and I looked old.
No.
I think she was just a hater. She
Mom.
couldn't get her coverage. Plus, when I was in school, I was like I was when I started maybe elementary school, I started getting chunky, and then by the time I got to high school, it was just like I need to do something. Like I didn't do anything healthy, did unhealthy things, and so then my mom, I think, gets scared when I lose weight because when I was in Houston, I was like in mediums now, medium shirt, okay, medium pants. I never wore that I can remember. Maybe in high school, but I'm like getting used to it. Like, wait, no, I need to get large, like medium size. But I don't think I'm like 20 pounds lighter than I was when I at my lightest in Houston. So I'm like, okay, it makes sense.
Yeah, and you're petite too. You're not like big.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not. So
I'm slim fit.
which with you,
I gotta go to the gym and tighten up.
girl,
That's another thing. That when you lose muscle.
Yeah.
So it's important to, like, if you can get yourself some pancakes.
I have
a little
wrist weights. Yeah, and I have creatine. Because creatine, well, I read this for old age, like we start to lose muscle.
For old age.
Well,
no, I'm laughing. But
this girl,
no, it's true though.
Be fighting this secretly tooth and nail. But yeah, I take collagen and creatine. Both of them.
Okay, yeah.
Because they kind of help restore and you don't lose so much muscle. And I said, if I start taking this.
Yeah.
What's been wrong? I gotta get off of this.
See those, and then I'm like, no way,
I'm
this
one of the
doesn't
people
work.
that will try anything, right? I'll try anything. I had a
Because I won't.
I will buy, my mother told me I was dumb.
Yes.
I will buy.
When you are, I can near.
Well, anyway, I found this lotion on TikTok. And it, eye cream. Now, I don't know how long the results will last.
We'll sit like this in the
But-
future. Yeah.
And I'm on, because I call myself preparing my skin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. Don't call yourself.
I call,
You are.
and it actually burns. It does.
Wow.
Right, I'm gonna take a picture of when I go home and send it to you.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, because I actually see a result from it.
Oh, wow.
And that's my thing. I wanna do all of that and be doing that as a habit beforehand. So
Did I watch this show? Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
no, but beforehand.
Yeah. I watched the show. I'm obsessed.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 Pound Sisters.
Yes.
I love them.
I do
used to
too.
love them.
I'm
I
sorry.
found them during the pandemic.
What?
And binged the whole first season.
Really?
If I hadn't been for that, I would
What's her
even
name?
know.
The one with the glasses, the one that lost. Oh,
Hammy.
Tammy. Isn't she though?
I think that Amy's childish and selfish is worse.
The Tammy's old.
When Amy got her, are you up to date with the episodes?
No.
Okay, so I won't spoil it.
Go ahead, because I'm gonna watch it anyway.
Oh, good. I'm like that too.
Yeah.
Amy got corrective eye surgery so that she did it right before 2 weeks before her wedding. Of course,
Yo, they be killing me.
they're so crazy,
They be
and I
killing-
know that they're not getting paid like the same way that I don't know, Real Housewives or something.
Right.
Get paid, but I know that by this point
They should be.
they should be getting. And I appreciate the fact that I'm sure they could have moved out. Sorry.
Let me see something.
Moved out of where they are, but they are so humble, and I appreciate that. I like that they're like themselves.
In this country, in this world, that them than the Real Housewives. So more people identify with them. And even people who aren't as big still identify with them.
Oh yeah. See what I'm about to tell you is exactly that. They all now that they've introduced like the brothers and sisters, because the first season just to it then.
Yeah, which was what I.
They did it right, yeah. Oh, they were so funny. So crazy. And then some of the things that they would eat. Well, it's not even about put pickles on a pie. What do they?
Yeah, did you have lunch?
No, I got flayed for lunch.
Yes.
Because they said it was a surprise inside the Cracker Jack.
Because she feels she's not living up to your expectations, so she's punishing herself.
No, you're punishing me.
Oh.
You're punishing my conscience.
Punishing his goat. Don't believe that,
Yeah.
buddy. That's not true. What happened was I was walking past the cabinet and it said prize inside. So.
She would.
Oh, fine. Michelle's like,
She let us take the
The food is good, actually.
I understand. She told me, here's my prize.
And I told her the cookie tray is
Yeah.
the best cookie tray that I've seen between Delmonico's and Certe and whoever else I've ordered from.
Actually, the quantity is.
Yeah.
I like it.
Sandwiches are.
And we could probably order from June for a meeting.
Oh, we should.
I think-
Michelle, listen
Isn't
to
it
this.
more expensive?
Yeah, it is, but listen.
You get what you pay for.
True.
Yes.
And we are really sick of both certain.
Yeah.
I would love to see their hot.
Cool.
Because if their sandwiches are good, then their hot, I'm sure.
Salad-
Michelle.
The salad is nice. Breakfast
The
was-
salad is very good. They were left, yes, they were great.
Even like after like.
Almost
I-
as bad.
I went there at 1:11.
Mhm.
And I had one
Mhm.
croissant with cheese, and it was still
Still
almost fresh.
Yeah. Because they tasted good. They tasted fresh.
Oh, yeah.
Me and the goat cheese don't get along, but.
Yeah, that's why I would have liked to go, yes, but I just was like this. I thought it said cream pies. I just didn't, I was reading too fast, so I.
It hit me.
Ah.
Yeah, I wasn't
You should
ready.
take, Either don't have any dairy or take lactating milks. That's what my friend.
I use
friend
lactate
does.
milk.
Yeah,
Some
she
milk.
takes lactating milks every day, just to keep from having any issues. She also then like stays away from dairy, but like you're gonna have cheese. That should not completely stay away from dairy.
I
You're
can't.
gonna have cheese.
I like cereal. I
Yeah,
use
you can
lactate
switch.
milk.
Yeah, yeah. This sandwich is smoked turkey and Gouda
Okay.
with arugula, butter, lettuce, sliced pears, alfalfa sprouts, and maple mustard.
That sounds good.
Yeah, one of the other items that have caramelized. Yeah.
Oh, but that's-
It's just nice stuff.
Yeah, more, it has a bigger variety. When I looked at the menu, there's a bigger variety. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's
maybe a
weird.
little bit more expensive, but it's a bigger variety. I mean,
Anyway.
we don't want to waste all the food. Right, and people are really sick of Delmonico's and
Yeah.
Certa.
Yeah. Oops, I don't know.
It's the same. They have no variety now. It's just like the same thing. I feel bad for Hector. He keeps calling me. I'm like,
I don't go back for him. He didn't give me a discount when he played me.
well,
If I would have never called him that day. What?
what?
If you would never,
Yeah. Oh,
I don't like that.
he's being punished. I haven't used him since.
That's your game though.
It's not big game up. Like, you have the same menu. You've had the same menu since the pandemic. Dude.
Yeah, because everybody's had their surgery. The Christmas one. Had their rear end. Use the script is. Gonna do the best.
I mean, but
What's up, Kevin? Let me finally got the fix where she's doing it. They've all had. Skin approvals. Well, Chris. I've got it. So even when they're small, when not as big, you still have that same.
yeah, because yeah.
So everyone can relate to that, especially right now, while people are doing the GLP ones and stuff. Yeah. That's my point.
And yeah, you know, the doctors are racking up. They're racking up those surgery places are popping up everywhere. Yeah. Because everybody's doing the gel one and they even have, when they start talking about it on the news, you know, it's over them. Tammy's mouth. I like Tammy.
This most recent season just ended. Last week or the week before. Amy got in there.
You know, and it gives you hope. It's like, you know what?
Test
You know
one,
what?
two.
Anybody can do it. Go ahead.
Test one, two.
We got them fully charged?
You are wonderful.
Test one, two.
Yeah.
Test one, two.
Yep, you should be all set.
Thank you.
Want me to place them around again?
Yeah, please one only. Yeah. Bye. I asked Chris.
Well, we just have to collect 10 cards.
Yeah.
We have to make sure we take all
We're
our
gonna have
stuff,
the
right?
table back.
No.
Okay.
We're up.
Yeah,
Yesterday we did.
just have to, everybody has to put their stuff on the
The
table.
answer said we need to be these put here because they have
Somebody coming in.
somebody other coming in. But,
Okay,
But I can't rush it.
no, no.
so that means that they're gonna end 5 sharp. Okay, good, because they have somebody coming in, but we only have 15 minutes to clean up.
It won't take that long.
Anyway,
You know,
Tom and Willie are aware that.
okay, let me ask you a question. Did Anna change?
She did, I called her, she did, I'm sending her a message. I will tell Kazuko to send the meeting invite after 5:30.
Anything in here? Yeah, because Anna has to change that meeting or else she won't be able to.
She's the one that booked the meeting or?
Yeah, Anna. That's why.
I sent
Otherwise, I
her-
would have did it.
I sent her a couple of messages.
Yeah, let me do it. Cause, hold on, let me see.
Anyway, they are within the office, so they can.
Yeah.
The issue is that Kazuko needs to send the link because of Nisha is joining.
Okay, what I did, come here.
Put it till 5.
I put it to 5, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and now she should be able to, yeah, now she should be able to, I didn't realize I had that kind of juice. Okay. Yeah, now she should be able to send her her meeting.
You have lunch?
Yes. I'm gonna make you laugh at me. You know how I saw this and I saw prize inside, right? Oh. And I was like so happy because you know when you was a kid, you see each other. I know. Look at that guy. Look at special. You can see it. He just played me like a wet.
They gave us trash prizes like that when I was a kid.
He did the sticker. What is it? It is a wax sticker.
Stick it on your.
She said, stick it on your laptop. I should stick it on my forehead because I'm so dumb.
I think they were gonna give you a
What did you
computer.
think you were gonna get?
Pressure.
You know, some.
Is the small Lego stuff. Use it for that.
I would take a Lego.
Michelle, go get some lunch before.
Yeah, okay, because then you'll be hungry. They are
You will
good.
not survive.
I'm gonna, yeah, because I know it's gonna be a long one.
Mhm.
And these are now, I'm gonna throw it in the web. I'm just eating, it's like plastic styrofoam.
Throw it out.
Yeah, it's not good. That's something that's happened to me. That I'm just not. Certain things that, I mean, a lot of things I used to like, I don't like anymore, and I don't wanna.
Trust me, and make sure that you're drinking a lot of both. You look like you're good with water.
Well, and that's a new thing, drinking water, because there was a time it was only soda. But
Okay, when I was a kid.
I was drinking soda, and I would drink sparkling water before I would drink plain water.
Mhm.
But I read where plain tap water is the best thing you can drink. I like the carbonation, but because I was gonna buy like Soda Stream, and my sister talked me out of it. It was like, you don't need no Soda Stream.
My sister and brother-in-law had Soda Stream and loved it, but they live in Brooklyn, in an apartment. So they got this little.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. I didn't even look at that.
Yeah,
I didn't even,
because the water stays in the thing. So it's like, yeah,
it attracts.
not good for an apartment.
Not good for an apartment at all, but there's a battle for, there's a weapon for those too. And it's called diamantius.
Oh, you mentioned that to me.
So I don't know how to get you, if you can't rent, you can't stay in that place. And if I have to come up with some diabolical, but that works. It works, it works on the whole bunch of, like, they run through it and take it back.
Wow. I need to tell my sister, she would love that.
Yeah, it's cheap, it's
They
not.
have a cat.
People feed this, human beings can ingest this. Right, it's not poison, because my mom used to be around her, and I don't want to be spraying all kind of stuff around her and stuff. Yes, diamante surf works very well, and it's not poisonous, right? You can actually ingest it. There are people that actually take it themselves, yes. Yes, so.
Go get food before it's time.
It's time now, and I don't walk that fast. I'm not really all that hungry, and I have
Right
pizza.
now.
You don't want to take.
We have 3 more hours.
Go pick up your money.
No.
Yelling at her and telling her.
I'm being, you know what? Eventually, and I don't wanna, yeah, I'll be all right, I'm gonna be fine.
From the top.
The goat cheese threw me for a loop, it's my stomach weird.
Mm.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it makes your stomach weird. And I got plagued, so I'm telling everybody because I feel like a little kid. You know how it says.
That's my favorite. What are you looking for?
It said, look,
Did you find it?
She was looking for the prize.
That's the price.
don't act excited, don't act like.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the prize. I was like, yeah, you got the wrong person because it answered baseball.
Oh, take the sticker, you take that baseball sticker. I don't want that.
I'm glad you're happy, yeah,
Yeah, somebody should be, because I'm not, I was mad, I thought they played. It's baseball season, you happy now. Are you watching the World Games?
Yes. I was disappointed with my PR. result.
People are trying to be mad at Aaron Judge because he said it was better than the World Series. It is better than the World Series. I hate to tell people, but it's the truth.
Yeah, no, it was, definitely.
Much better than the World
Today's the
Series.
finals, final game. US.
Okay.
Christelle, what are you doing?
Too noisy?
No, in fact, I wanted to be just.
Oh my God, the other idiot. They mad at him for saying that. I thought he put a new title with you too. Yes. That's the noise.
You have to give details how to run these meetings without any.
I'm gonna.
Fun. Yeah. And so, oh, you guys love that.
I'll emphasize
It's hilarious, isn't it? Hilarious. Yeah, no, she thinks it's hilarious. She said, I'm gonna be in another country. Run the
You will run like
the sack in the diocese. Oh, my Lord.
Trying to stop this. Okay. So now. Minimize that and we can open sustainability again. Right, and this is just a little bit.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. He's coming back. He had to go get the laptop.
Not too.
Oh, he had to go to the other already. I don't know where he was coming from.
Right. Why didn't you have your laptop here?
Exactly, like.
Hello. Wasn't your own time.
Yeah, well, see, it sounds like a party to me, but I'm not gonna be the one to say that. Like, you know. Okay, then all we have to do is pretty, 3 minutes. But, yeah.
I'm going to go get a hot coffee or a tea. Are you sure you don't want some?
Okay.
There were.
But I really
On a wrap or on a roll?
want to roll or wrap, it doesn't matter, either one. I'm not picking.
I'll get it. I got you.
You're so bad. Oh, you saw me try. Hey, Isabel's my witness. Saw me try. Okay. How are you? Oh, no.
Goodness.
Oh, and I need to do this.
I like to just start that. The team. Yes, what they do. Then they don't have to be. I think they. Maybe it takes.
Yeah, I paused it for lunch.
Hey, could we get seated, please?
Obviously.
Hey, welcome back. I think we're now going to turn to other assurance matters. Claire, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is the second half of the agenda item 5, and we've got half an hour on other assurance. So as is set out in the board paper, there's a placeholder in the current strategy and work plan for a new project for other assurance engagements. Now, originally this placeholder had allowed for a sustainability assurance standard, one that would come under ISSA 5000 should a public interest need arise. But it has become clear, and we sort of touched on this in the previous session, that ISSA 5000 adoption and implementation really needs to be bedded down. I mean, at this stage, the effective date hasn't even come around. So before we conduct further standard setting, we really need to allow for adoption, more broadly, and implementation to be, a period of implementation before we consider whether and which future standards might be needed in that suite of sustainability assurance standards. And we're sort of not in a position yet to understand exactly where the need will arise till we have that broader experience of implementation. So now we're considering whether an other assurance engagement project can be undertaken. Something most likely in the ISA 3000 space, and included in the strategy and work plan for 2024 to 27, there was a reserve topic for assurance engagements on digital reporting tagging. And so that would be one option within this space for a new project. So this, obviously we often refer to that as XBRL tagging, and it could be around the, financial and non-financial information tagging. Doesn't have to be restricted necessarily to one or the other. So we are suggesting that really the next stage to work out which direction we need to go with other assurance is information gathering. And that would be to explore the merits of pursuing either the assurance on XBRL or the merits of any other topics, or whether there could be a topic that incorporates XBRL tagging. So what we would hope and what we want to discuss with you today is the merits of doing that information gathering, and if we got the go-ahead from the board, then we would look to updating the board in September with what we're finding from our information gathering efforts. And then we do our final report back in December with our findings and recommendations as to what will be next for other assurance engagements, whether that's standard setting or another sort of project. So we see also this information gathering that we propose would be really well aligned with the upcoming consultation on the strategy and work plan for 2028 to 2031 for approval in December. So we think that information that we gather could be helpful feeding into that. We have already preemptively we've already requested information from the IAASB Jurisdictional Standard Setters Liaison Group, and those of you involved in that will have, will already be aware of the request for input in relation to other assurance engagements being conducted in the jurisdictions, and also asking about which standards are being applied in those jurisdictions. And we know some jurisdictions have their own local standards for some of these engagements. And now that we can't report back to you on that information yet because it's not due to come back to us until mid next week on March 25th, but we will certainly be discussing that with the JSS at our meeting, which is scheduled for April 29 to 30 in Madrid. So, and that information, we'll be analysing all of the requests for information that come in. So I guess just to summarise, as you'll see on the right-hand side of the slide, the proposed information gathering that we envisage would explore those other assurance engagements that I mentioned that are being undertaken or evolving, both voluntary and mandatory, as well as XBRL assurance, what is actually happening out there across the globe, and what is driving the demand for those engagements. We want to, identify the standards and guidance that are being applied, see how, how that's structured, which jurisdictions are using those standards and guidance that are, in the jurisdictions where those are being conducted. Now, I also just did want to highlight that we mentioned in paragraph 17 of the issues paper that the primary focus of this will be on the global relevance of these engagements. Now, obviously, we know in many jurisdictions there's regulatory compliance engagements, and that may not be really translatable or relevant across the globe. We need to be looking for those projects or topics that are really going to have that global relevance. So we're not going to be wanting to focus on engagements that are relevant to a single or just a few jurisdictions, but rather, or say one, in a very narrow topic. We want to have that broad, those broad topics that are going to have, broader relevance across many jurisdictions or regions. We would expect those would be those sorts of engagements that are related to, say, general purpose external reporting. This is indicative of the kinds of engagements, obviously, that fits within our remit here at the IAASB. So that's it, really. All we wanted to say is introduction to this, because we really want to hand over to hear from you, your thoughts. So, yeah, thanks, Kazuko. So we're asking you to share your insights on other subject matter specific assurance engagements in your regions or jurisdictions, mandatory or voluntary, and also secondarily, and happy for you to respond to both of these questions at the same time, whether you support this proposed information gathering that we can report back in September and December. Over to you, Tom.
No.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Tim. This is a personal reflection about the next steps on assurance. I'm not sure if we need to explore other subject matter or if we need to explore the alignment of the 3,000 with the 5,000, because there is a different way to communicate between two standards. And if we develop a new standard based on the 3,000, maybe in the near future, we need to change this new standard. That's why I think that maybe we need to reflect to the next cycle of our work and align the two standards. Thank you.
Christelle?
Microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. In the European Union, digital reporting tagging, as you know, like XBRL-based reporting is already mandatory for financial statements, the so-called ISEF, and will also apply to sustainability reporting under the CSRD, both with mandatory assurance requirements. And I think that without clearer international guidance, there is a real risk of fragmentation. Different jurisdictions and firms may scope, perform, and report XBRL assurance in inconsistent ways. For example, whether tagging is in scope at all, how far testing goes, and how to address consistency between human-readable and machine-readable information. So given the public interest importance of reliable digital data and the IAASB focus on both technology and sustainability, I believe XBRL should be a priority area for information gathering to understand current practice and assess whether further IAASB guidance is needed. So I support IAASB staff undertaking further information gathering on assurance over XBRL for the reason exposed just now. Thank you.
Bill?
Yeah, I also support the information gathering, but and I also support what Hanan said about 3,000. I've got a list. Well, let me select. XBRL isn't used in Australia, so there's no interest. But obviously, it's used in other territories. So it's going to be an issue about territory specific in a lot of cases. I've got a list here of assurance engagements carried out in Australia, and there's so many of them, and they're very tied into legislation or tied into certain industries or tied into, well, there's things like government grants, which would probably be a wide one. So I think it's important to do the information gathering and then try and work out how many territories have some similarities. But I wonder whether the answer isn't what Hanan said, that 3,000 is used for all of them. A lot of these are relatively low risk, but they just all have different laws and reporting structures and things like that, that there'd be too many to do, I think. And I'm not sure the cost-benefit analysis stacks up vis-a-vis doing improvement to 3,000 or to doing other selected standards in the 5,000 series where you concentrate on an issue such as materiality or using the work of an expert or something else, which then gets also picked up in these variety of other engagements. So that's a sort of a bit of a circular answer to it all, but that's how I think we run.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. So a couple of thoughts. So I had the same comment as Christelle had, and I entirely subscribe to it. Well, that's at the moment different territories are doing different things, and some territories have a standard on digital reporting, and others take some loose guidance into account. So there is along the lines of also what our PIF wants. So there's inconsistency in practice, different beliefs on what needs to be done, and regulators having questions around it. So so fully support the digital standard and probably being able to be more principle based than just on XBRL, because I think the concept is there. The other thing that I hear around me is assurance for AI type models or non-AI models. Digital assets. I this morning had a call in respect of cooperative compliance in the context of a tax control framework. And with a lot of these engagements, and as you do your outreach, I think we need to keep in mind whether 3,000 isn't sufficient for it to begin with. And then I think that should be a key consideration because it is a multi-purpose standard. That's how it was written. And if we don't need anything specific in addition to it, then we don't. And that was the discussion that I had this morning with the people on the tax control framework. I think we can apply 3,000 in its current form, and there is no need for waiting for a standard to be coming out, because that's likely not going to happen in the near to long term. And that's where such that guidance around non-assurance services may be helpful for a couple of topics rather than do a 3,000 series standard. Thank you.
Billy?
Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to come in about on the point between 3,000 and 5,000. I do think we need to be careful there. I don't think we should try and align 3,000 to 5,000. 3,000 was written for a different purpose. It was written very specifically to be an umbrella standard that catches anything that we do not have a specific standard for or a subject matter specific ISAE. So we just need to be careful because it could have unintended consequences. I would rather us, and Ada makes a valid point, I would rather have us keep an umbrella standard and decide whether it serves the purpose as is, or we need a separate ISAE subject matter specific standard, or to Ada's point, maybe guidance would be sufficient in certain circumstances.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So just want to echo off a couple of points that been made earlier. On the XBRL front, there is no mandatory filing using XBRL. However, the CSA has facilitated that type of filing if reporting entities want to do that. So I think we strongly support the point about gathering more information. I think we do need that to guide us in terms of where we should place our priorities. So something that we've been seeing a little bit more in Canada is there seems to be a bit more growing demand on some assurance on certain aspects of use of AI. So we're hearing and seeing some of that. And people are kind of exploring the question you raised, Willie, as to whether 3,000 is going to be sufficient or whether we need something more. The other thought in tandem with that is the whole area about audit reports on control of over service organization, 3402. 3402 aims more at financial reporting. And because the use of AI and that type of thing goes broader, you've got security concern, you've got privacy, integrity, and all that stuff, you're into more of the SOC 2 / SOC 3. And people might be wanting to look for guidance on that. So we may actually be looking at some of those type of subject matter specific assistance from a standard setting front. Thanks.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom. So the conversation probably demonstrates that it's worthwhile us doing some further research to understand the needs in the market. When I went to go and ask about the question, I got compliance with legislation as a common space. I understand the legislation itself might be quite specific per location, but there's possibly an opportunity for us to research whether there is compliance with legislation as something we could explore, whether it's standard setting or guidance, I'm not sure. But it's one of the most common pieces, I think, of 3,000 application. I like the idea that 3,000 is generic, and so updating it is tempting, but I think we need to treat it with some caution so that we don't make it too specific. But modernizing it might be a possibility. It'd be interesting to hear what other people share, but I take your caution. Like Ada, I hear AI assurance, but if I was to choose a subject matter that I think we should be working with, I would go with controls as a subject matter. So I see controls as a subject matter being an answer globally, and I see it as a growing need. And I don't think the international standards address it appropriately. And I think that controls as a subject matter will lead to the answer as it relates to AI assurance, because initially those will be around the controls, around the implementation, application, monitoring, governance, etc. So I think solving controls as a subject matter will take us a long way. It'll be quite generic, and it could take us into a nice innovative space.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. So I have sympathy for a lot of the things that were already said. There's a lot of chatter. Shh, shh. I have sympathy for a lot of things that were already said. On the further information gathering activities, I'm personally biased towards the other subject matter assurance engagements than XBRL, which I think is much more jurisdictional, which is might have been something that Neil touched on. But for me, materiality use, and I think Bill said this already too, materiality, use of experts, AI, and the controls that Neil mentioned. You know, if I had to balance where we were going to spend the efforts, XBRL would be at the end. And then I just wanted to say the AICPA is in the process of doing some marketplace research, so to understand better on other assurance topics, subject matters, and I will bring those back to Claire at another time. Thank you.
Juliet?
Yeah, I do agree that we will go for standard setting only if that subject has an international base and there is evident commonality, and and I'm interested in knowing the outcome from the intended information gathering would be very interesting. Just to share my observation in my territories that internal control might be a subject matter that we are interested in, not only in local basis, because we have our own audit of ICFR regulations and standards, but only there are some international or industry specific demand for different level of assurance on internal controls, not only on the service organization, but on the entities being audited. And for example, many financial institutions, they need assurance service from their auditors for different purposes. So I think that might be a such matter to look into. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So just probably more a question of Neil and Xiaoye. So I hear controls, and I know with the firm that I used to be involved with, that we use 3000 also for reporting on controls, and it's designed to be used in that context. So are you thinking more of a 3000 series controls type standard or guidance around how to apply 3000 in the context of controls? I'm just curious where your thinking is on this.
So personally, I would put it in 3000 either as guidance or as its own subject matter sort of standard, but I would use 3000 as the base. I think our international standards causes people to go and draw from 3402. They go to US standards, they go to SOC, but they're using 3000 as the base. I think we can pull this thing together a little bit and be a bit clearer around what it is that we're after. The interesting questions that then come up around, so how are we going to be dealing with these controls? We can have a limited versus reasonable assurance debate as well for a control. That's an interesting one. But I would definitely use 3000 and then have it as a subject matter. And either this is the guidance to apply or this is a standard in itself. Yeah.
What's in my mind is really a 3000 standard, something more solid and authoritative than guidance. Because I mean, as long as the information gathering turned out to be that there is international or broad need for that, I would recommend a standard under 3000 series. Thank you.
Okay. The one thing that comes to mind, a lot of good ideas, and I think we should be driven by the evidence and the fact finding that we're going to do. But at the end of the day, we're going to have very limited resources to apply here. And we're going to have to develop a strong lens to apply those limited resources. And I thought one of the things that the team put up there on the slide that I think is really important for us is about the proximity to external reporting as being one of the driving factors. I think we could be in a situation where lots of people ask us to do lots of things for on assurance, and it's almost limitless what we could do. But in the way I think of it, if we could only do one thing and we want to keep some resources reserved to support sustainability, there has to be a clear mandate that this is going to improve confidence in external reporting. Otherwise, we could do any business service available to assurance practitioners out there where other bodies could be just as well suited for it. So I think that as we get to decision time, driven by the evidence, we should apply a lens of proximity to high quality external reporting. Bill?
Excuse me, Tom.
Oh,
I've been raising my hand for a long time. It's already hurting me.
Sammy, the way the screen is set up, believe it or
behind
not, your hand is, your digital hand is blocked by the ribbon on the screen. So it wasn't that we were ignoring you.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. I'll do something else. Maybe next time I'll do like this or something. Okay, so I think, bringing the topic of other assurance engagements into discussion at this moment is a very smart idea. And the reason I'm saying this is that if I think of what the stakeholders and mainly the investors are looking for these days, they're looking for much more than merely the financial statements. And in fact, maybe a big part of the information used to make investment decisions recently is being based on information sources other than just the numbers and other than just the financial statements. So doing something in this field might say that we are more aligned with the thinking of the other stakeholders around us and what they are looking for. Also, this might create more business in the assurance arena and bring us more into the picture. Now, what are the topics? The topics are so many. Now, for XBRL, for example, XBRL is mandatory in Saudi Arabia, but maybe one thing to consider here is to consider the future of the XBRL in light of the AI. At the moment, maybe I can use several AI tools to give me several reports on various issuers within the market without having to tag all the accounts in order to come up with specific reports. But it's also still can be considered. Now, there are also so many other areas, just like Edo mentioned, maybe like AI tool certificates and assurance over AI tools. There are so many other topics like corporate governance, MD&A. Also, I found that a number of regulatory literatures, there are so many articles that require a report from the practitioner. Now, those reports are not clearly defined, and how they look like is not clearly defined. And I find fragmentation, over the markets when it comes to some types of reports. For example, there is the working capital report. I see sometimes in the same market a report that's very summarized, and sometimes it's based on 3,000. Sometimes it's not even an assurance report, it's just an agreed upon procedures. So some of those reports are very different from one jurisdiction to the other. Same thing, for example, for related party transactions. I agree that we need to manage our plan to fit the size of our resources, and we don't need to do all of those at the same time. Maybe we can do it as we go. We can have a plan to address several of these topics, and whether it is 3,000 or non-authoritative material or guidance or some awareness there about how those topics can be subject to assurance, I think it can do a good service to several stakeholders in the market at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Bill?
I was going to follow on from your point, Tom, about resource constraints, and there's a lot of good material at the individual country level. And I just think in the information gathering piece, I'd suggest you ask for either guidance or standards written at the local level on topics like this. And it's not just the subject matter, it's some of the content of it that might be useful across territories. And whether you do something on our website and have a repository of this material, unedited, unsanitized, or whatever, however it would be done. I think the sharing between countries might be a useful technique.
Amara.
Thanks, Tom. Generally, ideas are excellent in all camps, but my sense is that we are expanding this so much that we are losing a little bit the sight of what is our objective. If we endeavor into all this potential search. So we are asked about additional standard setting related to sustainability. So there are lots of good ideas, but we have to be very clear about what is the problem that we need to eventually solve with a standard setting. And if we have limited resources, if we are talking about additional standard setting that will help in the adoption of the standards are issued, or the need to update standards to be more aligned with what we issued in terms of sustainability. I think we should be very, very clear about, is there a problem and how can we fix it? Otherwise, we'll be everywhere, very granular, and spend a lot of time and no final objective response.
I think a couple of these last remarks basically delves into like developing clear criteria for this board to assess the options that are going to be put in front of us, and sort of think about the ease of doing something, the availability of existing resources, proximity to our core mission, whether there are alternatives in the marketplace as well. So I think as this comes back to the board, we'll need that type of framework to assess this. James?
Yes, sorry, I'm probably just going to repeat what has been said most recently. I did ask about it in the UK about XBRL information gathering, and I think it would be welcome, and I think it would help from a jurisdictional perspective, as we are currently in a voluntary regime and thinking about all of the implications. But it's kind of a nice to have, and it would be a nice to have for us. But in a world of limited resources, is there a compelling case for it from the IAASB's perspective? That would be my question.
You know, one of the things I think about on XBRL, though, is does it have other knock-on effects for other standards? Does it make it more likely? We talked about Europe and 5,000 earlier today, where the lack of a taxonomy actually is a hindrance. The lack of a standard to deal with digital tagging, I mean, is a hindrance in some people's minds. So, like, there are these connectivities between one standard and the other too. Makiko?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I'm really supportive of XBRL information gathering on XBRL assurance. As everyone says, we need to be careful about the limited resources, and we also have a sustainability, so that is we need to continuously focus on. But I'm supportive of XBRL for two reasons. The first one is, as Krista and Edo said, there is maybe mandatory XBRL, and for sustainability, it's not clear yet, but maybe it might be mandatory for non-EU companies, so the digital tag of under ESRS. So in that case, maybe the non-EU companies, they need to have a two tags, and different maybe assurance or etc. It's not very clear. So if there is any international standard that should help in that situation, that is number one. And the second one is, as Sami said, as we discuss AI here for audit, investors, of course, they start to use AI in analyzing companies' report. And I joined the event and the present ISA 5000 last year. The event was held by XBRL International. Thank you for the team, the support. Yes, but at that time, what they discussed is when investors or people start to use AI, of course, AI can understand the reporting, PDF, etc., using LLM, but with XBRL, it can be more precise because in which is required, and this is the answer, that this relationship is very clear. So I like to, if information gathering is started, we need to confirm if it's correct. But if that is correct, it's very important. So how the reporting is analyzed by investors, and we can help their confidence in analyzing reporting. Thank you.
Okay. Really good comments. I think, Claire, you have a lot to think about as we go on, but you're seeing that we have broad support for this information gathering and some ideas of areas to sort of maybe focus on throughout. And then also, I think, helping us navigate through the research too, and where we should apply our energies and resources.
Yeah, thanks everyone, and thanks Tom. And I think, as you said, that's a really good basis for us to think about how we're going to be asking for further information. Yeah, as you said, broad support for continuing or proceeding with the information gathering, so we'll do that. And certainly, I think some of the cautions that I've heard will also help shape the way that we're going to gather that and what we're going to ask. So I think that's really, really helpful. And yeah, thank you. I think that's met our need. Appreciate it.
Very good. Okay. I think we're done with the topic, but Dave, any observations before we move to the next from the PIOB's perspective?
Once again, I'll be brief. I think on both of the topics, Claire, that you presented, the PIOB is supportive of the direction. I think on sustainability, we heard, I think in some of the materials we talked about implementation support through 2026, and we heard from board members it's probably going to go beyond that as we see the implementation go on. And we really support this information gathering effort so that we remain relevant. So that's great.
Super. Okay. We're going to move to the next topic, ISA for LCE. Why don't we give, it's a 10-minute break right now to get everything back up, and we'll reconvene at 2:20 our time, so 10 minutes.
I'm not going. Yeah.
You wrote me a decency.
Oh my God, I'm sure. But you were right there. Oh, goodness. Hello.
That many years and I was our financial international standards not required Is somewhere international. Yeah, and they are quite some cases banks, other cases asset management, either design or operating. I don't know. Yeah, entities. Yes. Kind of yes. Because they are not required to look into the IC file. So there are very specific controls. Yeah. Exactly what I want. Yes, and also another case I heard of is the index, the investment index. Yeah. There is a requirement for them to report on your mouth. From the index, yeah. That to me. I don't think they are. No, they was She'll know, and I don't think they are. There's only four. This is different. I don't know how I can do it last week. But now. Maybe accessible. Yeah, I can share. Yeah. Well, yes, Tuesday. Thank you, and again, I'm so sorry for demoting Yeah, not one of those. No, not Anna. Technology is going. Oh, they just say, oh, after the meeting. Around the same time.
Going to show AI models.
This all has that. Yeah. I don't know that she's the
No, I think she makes it, because they just need well presented. The board need to go.
I will not necessarily, but.
Oh, it's gone.
They should change so that.
Right, yeah, it should be delivered at 4 because I was trying to do it earlier. Yeah.
Somebody mentioned.
Everybody else should pin me. James, your way. It's not easy.
She wrote to them on in Australia, so we could turn that around. She really done.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know. That's why I asked you where, do you eat when you're here, like what places do you eat at? Because I didn't think that the caterers can. Yeah, I want, you know, that there's certain things that you straight there. That's the city.
Yes.
Sorry.
And it's a lot.
Oh, yeah, you don't eat out a lot when you're here.
Oh, no. Give me that as a project. Here's my studies. I'll show you how good I am. In about 6 months, but I'm sure.
So you can say, well,
You just take that, no problem.
and
They all go to we had on 2014. They never took that off.
and I'll send you what they sent back to me or what they're gonna prepare. And this is. That's what we're trying to do. That way, okay? Right, for September, for June, I won't. June, we better work on June. You know what I mean? That's what we have to do is make sure that they accommodate you.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
What's the assurance? So we have to.
So I know. At the end of the day, we have a contact, so we'll just deal with them from both ends. Okay. Yeah. In the morning, like, yeah, they have the buffet breakfast. They have the breakfast. But they need to make it that has it not touching other stuff. That's, you know what I mean? Because, yeah. The lunch we're ordering, we're gonna have to have them, the caterers who we're ordering from, accommodation. We're meeting, his tax next week. And I'm definitely top. Definitely top. When you have council. Yes, please do. That would be helpful. Thank you. Alright. Yes, it's fine. I mean, it's okay. We're gonna work this out. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna come up with a foolproof answer of all the caterers. This is what you can make for her, just like this.
This is.
Yeah. Yeah.
The smallest car.
I know.
For some reason, they used to have full elevators. That's closed. There's like some, yeah, it's closed. Yeah. Oh, right. They should be able to accommodate it, yes. To that too. That's a good. Yeah. We're gonna look into the kitchen. They have to accommodate it. Good. She could be in the mirror. Yeah, we'll do that next week. Yep.
Okay, can we get seated?
I don't. Right. This meeting that they have.
Okay, we're back. We're going to turn to ISA for LCE, where we certainly have gotten a few papers for this, but it's partly because of driven by the process we agreed to determine revisions to the standard. Jesper and Kazuko, I'm going to turn back to you.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, there were indeed quite a few papers, and also the length of the papers. But we'll go through the process a little bit more in the minutes. Maybe you'll start with introducing the project team and project board members. So it's from the staff perspective, myself and Kazuko. She's not on the slide, but I also have to thank Isabel for her work. Like we had a working session with the three of us in January, where we really made a big push of making changes to all the parts you're seeing right now and that we hadn't presented in December. Then as a project board members, we have Greg and Hernan. And really helped us as well with the papers and the drafting and what to include and what to not. So it was really good discussions with the team to get us to you. So as a first thing, I thought I will start with the letter from the SMPAG. Shared that with you on Sunday, and I thought there were several comments on the ISA for LCE. They're very much interested in what is going on with this project. So let me reiterate a few of the comments that they made in the letter. So first of all, they were very complimentary on how we dealt with the comments on the approach for the maintenance of the ISA for LCE. That's the work we did in December. So they really appreciated that. On the papers we presented, we thought there were like 5 points to highlight here for you. The first one was that they had some concerns that the relevance assessment for the public interest issues may not be appropriate. So our approach was that we thought that most public interest issues were relevant because they were generally broad and high level. So it's often hard to argue that at least a part of the public interest issue isn't relevant to an SME. So they are coming more from the view that not all of these public interest issues are relevant. We could have been more strict on that. I think in the end, it all irons out with the proportionality piece, because then, of course, after you decided it's relevant, we decided it's relevant, then we still, if it was only partly relevant to the ISA for LCE, then we would have made more proportionate changes to it. So I think in the end that probably is more an approach difference. It's the same. They raised this same concern as well in December when we were working on the approach statement. The second piece is the avoid introducing new appendices. So we added an appendix on events and conditions that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. Maybe on this one, and Kazuko will later talk to it probably as well. Like we really generally is what we try to do is to treat fraud and going concerns similarly where possible. So, like for example, we have also an appendix on fraud risk factors. So we thought may also be useful for events or conditions. There are other places as well in part 1 where I will later talk to where it's the same, where we thought it's good to treat these concepts the same. So the third item is about relocating content only where necessary. So we moved part of the requirements from part 1 and then related to communication and documentation to part 7 because they relate to fraud and suspected fraud. So the S&P AG commented that the original structure needs to be retained and not to move content between sections generally. So I think it's partly our explanation could have been better as well of why we're doing it and also the labeling of it. Because I think there were good reasons for why we did so. And it's directly related to the revisions into the fraud and going concern standard. Then the fourth and fifth bullet, so they supported some of the revisions that we made to the ISO for LCE based on what was done in ISO 240, and they had some concerns regarding the revisions we are proposing arising from 570. So we will discuss that with the S&P AG. We have a call with them in April, and we'll discuss it with them and see what their concerns are in more detail. That gives a nice segue to the planned outreach, what we are planning to do in Q2. So we now had a push from bringing all of the revisions from the fraud and going concern standard, and of course also PI and external experts, getting those into the ISO for LCE. We want to now hear from the S&P community about what they are thinking about that. We, of course, get input from the S&P community through our regular channels, the regular outreach, of course, around the board table here as well. But given that this standard is specifically made for small and medium practitioners, I really think that it's useful to have further outreach with them as well, really focusing on the proportionality piece. Is this proportionate in your daily work? Is this proportionate enough in your daily work in auditing small and medium-sized entities? So who we're planning to talk to? So as I mentioned, we have a call with the S&P AG. We also have a call set up with the EFAA, that's the European Federation of Accountants and Auditors for small and medium-sized entities. Hernan is helping us with setting up a call with a regional body in Latin America as well. And last but not least, we started an LCE advisory group. So this group is a new group, and the idea of this group is to help to provide input on us. They can advise us, for example, on the revisions that we're proposing to the ISO for LCE, and they also can help us with and advise us on the adoption and implementation of the standard. There are in total 12 members, that's the maximum amount of members of the group is 12. There also former task force members are part of the group, also former members of the ISO for LCE reference group. So the group meets twice a year, and their first meeting is on April 8th. And then we'll have a call with them on the proposed revisions to the ISO for LCE. So the objective of this session, of course, get your input on the drafting, but then we're also interested in your views on how we dealt with the answering the questions on whether a public interest issue is relevant and how to make it proportionate for an audit of a less complex entity. So this comes again one more time. You've seen this slide before. We shared this view as well in the December meeting, but thought it would maybe be good one more time to highlight as well. And this is the structure of the agenda items. And as Tom, as you mentioned, there was support for this approach by the board in December. So it all starts with the key issues of in-scope ISA projects that are included in the project proposal. Those are then included in agenda item 6A, and then we consider the relevance of these public interest issues for an audit of an LCE. If they are considered relevant, then we summarize the revisions that were made to the ISAs to address the public interest issues, and then we'll develop a proportionate solution. And that's included in agenda item 6B. And on that, the proportionate solution, then we included drafting for that, and you'll find that in agenda item 6C. We also have in agenda item 6 some more general overarching matters that we thought was important to highlight for you and that otherwise wouldn't come out appropriately through this structure of agenda items. So that's the introduction, and there we're going to the first questions for you. Maybe before we open it up for you, give a little bit of background what we've done. So for technology, both in the fraud standard and the going concern standard, several changes were made to enhance the standards related to technology, mostly in the application material. So what we did, we looked at all of these paragraphs combined, we pulled them all out and looked at them and looked at them and then assessed whether changes were needed to the ISA for LCE. So we identified several paragraphs that we've included in the ISA for LCE. On part 1, because we're going to ask you also a question about part 1 and part 5. There are 2 things I would like to highlight on part 1. So we included, I mentioned before that we generally try to align how we deal with certain things with fraud and going concern. This is one example of that. So in part 1, we have a separate section on fraud, but we did not have that on going concern. So what we have done is we included now that as well, a separate section on going concern in part 1, which deals with overarching matters. That section we partly copied, the content of that section partly copied from other parts of the ISA for LCE. But we also added the responsibilities of the auditor and management as well to that. The other thing what I'd like to highlight here is that we moved certain requirements from part 1 to part 7. As highlighted before, these relate to fraud and suspected fraud. And it's really on the communication of fraud and suspected fraud and documentation of that. And we moved that to part 7, given that we now have we're proposing to have a separate section on fraud and suspected fraud in part 7. Lastly, on part 5, we made some changes on the engagement team discussions, and these are based on revisions made in ISA 240. So with that, Tom, I would like to open it up to the board to get comments first on the technology piece, how we address that, and then specifically on part 1 and part 5.
Okay, any comment? So.
Just to say that I'm supportive of the changes that you have done. I think that they are proportionate and in the public interest. So, and that it propose better, for part 5, better planning without undue complexity for LCAs. So I will have additional suggestion in the next part, but I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Wendy?
I too am fully supportive. The overall changes were well drafted and proportional to the public interest matters addressed in recent projects related to going concern and fraud. As it relates to technology, I was fine. I just noticed that we changed to technological tools, and I don't know if that was intentional or that's appropriate given that it comes from in-process standards. And then I have some editorials for going concern and fraud, but I can send them in. I don't know if you're expecting those out loud.
Okay.
Go ahead. I think the editorials can be sent to us, like as long as the editorials is fine. So it would be great if you can send those. Also for the rest of the board, by the way, like if there are editorials, just please send them through. It really will really help us, everything you have, because hopefully we're going to approve the exposure draft in June, so that will already gives us a head start.
So people have moved to answering both questions 1 and 2, which is fine. If anyone has any comments on 1 and 2, Robert.
Yeah, thank you. With respect to number 2, just a small comment. In part 5 of the exposure draft, in this section, you added the discussion about fraud. It's 5.2.7. And the question is, wouldn't it be better placed in the risk assessment part, which is part 6, as it would similarly is being included in ISA 315 for the ISAs, yeah, just for consideration for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And I think this is one of the things where in the development of the ISFLC a different decision was made, and I think this is partly to the comment of the S&P AG as well, that like not to change everything, the structure of the standards. That's why we have included it here and not in the risk assessment.
Okay. Any other comments on questions 1 and 2?
Okay, then we'll go to part 6. Maybe start with a little bit of background on this before I ask for your comments on this part. So the risk identification and assessment in the ISA LCE, I think, is one of the areas where the standard differs most from the ISAs, and in the structure and the approach taken. Just to give you a few examples, for like 2 of the components of the entity's system of internal control, there is no requirement to obtain an understanding, but just inquiries are sufficient. Another example is, for example, that in the identification and assessment of risk of material misstatements, the 4 requirements that are in ISA 315, they are combined and made more straightforward. So they are more consistent with how it would typically be done in an audit of an LCE. So this part is really different from how the ISAs are done. And so then on the other hand, we had the revisions to ISA 240 and ISA 570 on the risk assessment. And both of these risk assessments have been made more robust because one of the public interest issue is to reflect the more robust risk assessment in 315 in ISA 570 and ISA 240. So there were more significant changes made, and we really had to balance the design principles that were used for part 6 with these significant revisions made to ISA 240 and ISA 570. So how we did that, just standing back, if you at least start with maybe with 240, what we did is really through when you're doing updating your understanding, you're really looking for, okay, do I identify fraud risk factors? Do I see fraud risk factors and be alert for that? Then after that, you evaluate from all your risk assessment procedures performed, from the audit evidence that you obtained from the risk assessment procedures. Okay, are there any fraud risk factors present? And then you go, when you identify and assess your risk of material misstatement, then you take into account all the fraud risk factors that you've identified, and then the auditor makes a judgment on whether there's a risk of material misstatement due to fraud. The process is similar for going concern. Of course, not the latter part about the identification and assessment of risk of material misstatement, but it's similar for events and conditions. There's first you, in your risk assessments, you keep alert for events and conditions, and then you evaluate them as well. So this whole thinking process is what we're trying to bring into the ISA for LCE. We already find quite a few hooks in there in the standard because there were already some key requirements were included, and we made targeted changes to part 6 and to emphasize the important role of fraud risk factors and events and conditions. We explained it better we explained better what some of these concepts are by including EEM. We made also some changes to requirements to try to bring this in. So we are really interested in your views on this balance that we were trying to get here in part 6, and whether we got it to the right balance, or whether this is proportionate for an LCE. The other thing I'd like to highlight is the presumption of fraud risk in revenue recognition. So in the development of the ISA for LCE, there was questioned whether this requirement was needed. And there's really, the arguments were that in an LCE, revenue is often simple and more straightforward, and therefore there shouldn't be a presumption of a risk of fraud in an audit of an LCE. In the end, the board decided that also this requirement should be in the ISA for LCE. So similar requirement as there was an extent ISO 240 is included in the ISO for LCE. We didn't change that, so therefore we aligned the requirement in the ISO for LCE with the requirement in ISO 240. So we also changed the work effort verb. So that was made stronger during the revisions of ISO 240. It was changed from evaluate to determine. Also, the documentation requirement was also changed to align with ISO 240. But what we did not include the application material. The application material in ISO 240 really drives the auditor. Makes it really hard for the auditor to rebut the presumption of fraud risk, of risk of fraud in revenue recognition. So that is what we, given the to make the standard more proportionate, we discussed this and decided not to include it in the standard. So with that, Tom would like to ask the board for comments on part 6.
James?
Thank you. It's actually that last point is the one I just wanted to dig into a little bit. We had some feedback in the UK from some firms saying it wasn't less likely that it wasn't more likely that you'd rebut the presumption of fraud and revenue recognition for a less complex entity. So I was just wondering why then we've not replicated the application material from ISA 240. I suppose I'm thinking specifically about what's the proportionality aspect of it.
Yeah, thank you, James. And I think this is all the difficulty with the ISA for LCE, that if and that's the interesting can ask this question specifically when we do outreach with the small medium practitioners as well, to hear their views on this, what they are thinking, what their arguments are on the other side. Look, generally with the application material, we have not we only argued when we included something. So generally, we would not copy the EEM over. We wouldn't copy the application material over into the EEM. The question is specifically on really the paragraph that is really driving the auditor to include not to rebut the presumption of the risk of fraud in the revenue recognition. So, it's let us ask as well in our outreach the thoughts are.
I think it's really important to understand the characteristics that we're saying apply to an audit of an entity like that, where it is different, because you could argue that there are fewer controls, for example, greater opportunities for management override, fewer segregation of duties and controls. So I'd really need to understand what that characteristic is that allows us to apply something that we're calling proportionality, but makes it quite a big difference between the way you would approach the audit of fraud in an LCE and under the ISIS. So you're quite right. It's can we understand the characteristics and the rationale better?
Thank you.
And of course, the requirements are still the same, right? So that is the main thing to drive the auditor. So the requirement is the same. We also, as I mentioned, we changed the work effort verb. So for a lot of way, it is similar.
Christel?
Just a drafting suggestion. The essential explanatory material attached to the 6.3.15 requirement is probably not needed as the fraud risk factors are already sufficiently covered by the addition in the essential explanatory material of 6.4.1. Thank you.
Ada?
So I'll start with piling on to the point that James made. I personally think that that particular part in application material is needed here. We are driving an element of behavior in reducing the amount of rebuttal. And we cannot have it that ISA for LCE 80% of the times it's rebutted, whereas for the ISAs that is considered not appropriate. And I think James gave some really good reasons why fraud in revenue recognition can actually occur very easy, probably more easily in an SME than in a larger entity. So I really struggle with leaving that out. Then going back to the other question, and this is in the context of how some of the requirements were built into 6.2. And Jasper, we've had this discussion. So at the moment in 6.2.4, you've built in the designing performing procedures to identify and assess risk of material misstatement. So that is the anchor where you've put the consideration of fraud risk factors and the determination whether events and conditions have been identified. So the construct in 240, and particularly 570, is different because there you need to design and perform audit evidence that enable you to identify fraud risk factors and that enable you to determine whether events and conditions exist. So by roping this into the risk or identifying and assessing risk of material misstatements misses a step. Well, because this informs your risk assessment. So I think both those elements should be, and we have an anchor for it, should be built in 6.2.1, which has the construct of shall design and perform procedures to obtain audit evidence that provides an appropriate basis for. And there you bring in the fraud risk factors, particularly the 570.11 paragraph, which reads, I have it somewhere here, and then that's where you can see how it, because that says you're required to design risk assessment procedures, including those by paragraph 12, to obtain audit evidence that provide an appropriate basis for determining whether events and conditions have been identified. So that lines up very well in that area. So I think there's now a level of circularity in there that really troubles me in the context of what has been done here. Other than those, I don't think anything of substance. No, then so otherwise, well done. We will have a number of comments that we'll send through, but these were my really key items. Thank you.
Anyone else? Greg?
Thanks, Ada. Can I just clarify your point on 6.2.4? Is it just the way it's constructed? So it's basically saying, you know, in doing your risk assessment, consider various things, including the fraud risk factors. So to me, that suggests you've already identified the fraud risk factors in order to inform the risk assessment. So I'm not sure 6.2.4 is wrong, but I can see why you've sort of read it that way. I just wonder if it's more the wording rather than the underlying principle that's wrong here. Because I think we're agreeing with you in principle, which is, you know, are there any fraud risk factors that will impact the risk assessment? And that, I think, was our intent with the drafting, but obviously we didn't hit the mark because you've read it differently.
I'll start with going concern because that's closer to my heart. But you need to do work on identifying events and conditions first, and there's certain procedures for it because you need to create that basis for identifying events and conditions, and then you go to your risk assessment in consideration of those identified events and conditions or fraud risk factors, which shapes your risk assessment. So I think it's more in, well, it's also in the flow of the process. So that's where I believe if you bring these into 6.2, what is it, 6.2.1, it's solved.
Yeah, thank you, Edo. Like it's I agree with Greg. Like we try to solve because we had the conversation and we try to solve it this way through 6.2.4. But let me look at your comments and as well like think through it one more time because I also think that 6.2.4 was created for a certain reason that it was here. So it's probably this is a point that warrants a little bit more deeper digging and thinking it through. But we'll get to an answer.
James, I assume that's straight 10. Okay.
That's twice, Tom. That's twice.
He understood that 3 strikes and you're out, and then he's become a baseball fan recently. Okay.
Okay. So moving on to part 7, responding to assess risk of material misstatement. I will also touch a little bit because this is where we also made like quite a changes. Starting from fraud, ISO 240 revised enhanced clarity around how auditors respond when fraud or suspected fraud is identified. And this was done by including introducing a separate section and also a clearly inconsequential threshold. So to align with ISO 240 revised, the project team proposes adding a separate section in part 7.4 within the specific focus areas. And also the project team proposes to incorporate requirements from the ISO 240 revised, including obtaining an understanding of the matter in order to determine the effect on the audit engagement, while also introducing this scalability through the clearly inconsequential threshold. As Jasper mentioned, we also propose moving the communication and documentation requirements related to fraud or suspected fraud from part 1 to part 7 so that all the related requirements are grouped together in part 7. Now, related to going concern, I want to highlight that so part 7 reflects the requirements in ISO 570 revised 2024 relating to evaluating management's assessment and management's plans for future actions. There was a lot of changes made there, so that's why you will also see a lot of changes made in part 7 related to going concern. And the key changes I want to point out is that the requirement in the ISO 570 to evaluate the methods, significant assumptions, and data used by management are included as an essential explanatory material in the ISO in our proposed ISO 4LCE. And this is because there is already a requirement about how to test the accounting estimates. So instead of having additional requirement to avoid the duplication, and also recognizing that in the typical less complex nature of the LC environments, maybe rather than having a duplication, describe it in the EM and refer to that requirement for the accounting estimates. So with that, can we please go to the questions? And I don't know if there's a lot of comments, maybe it's good to go bit by bit, starting from 5a fraud or suspected fraud.
Okay. We're talking about part 7. James, we'll see how well you learn when you're complete. It's good preemptive strike.
I had comments on 2 specific paragraphs. One is 7.4.1, talking about the auditor designing, performing audit procedures to evaluate management's assessment of the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. And then just below that, you start the EEM with when evaluating the method, the auditor may consider the procedures in 7.417. And I just wondered why, given that you've got those procedures, why that first paragraph isn't part of the requirement.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that last bit? So why is
So why do you start, I think, unless I'm misreading this, you're starting the EEM with the when evaluating the method, significant assumptions and data used by management, the auditor may consider the procedures in 7.4.17. So if that is just the EEM, it's weaker than including it within the main part of the requirement.
So if I'm understanding correctly, your question is why, instead of putting into the requirement, which is right above, why is it in the EM?
That's right.
So yes, we did consider that, and yes, we could have done that, but we wanted to make it proportionate. I think that's the short answer. So instead of putting into the requirement, we decided to put into the EM because considering the nature of the less complex entities, we thought that well, maybe I should step back. When we were developing ISO for LCE, initially we thought that the nature of the less complex entities, the standard won't maybe need any accounting estimates because we didn't think that there will be complex accounting estimates. But then we received comments like what if in the mid of the audit, the auditor found one complex accounting estimates, like does it mean that the auditor has to move out from the ISO for LCE? So that's why we added requirements around accounting estimates. But how we see the less complex entities are that they won't have complex estimates. So based on that, we thought the requirements in the going concern related to accounting estimates is also like less, I don't know, likely is the right word, but like it could be in the EM to be proportionate. That was our decision.
Maybe Kazuko, if I can maybe also just add to that. James, I think part of this is also, you're quite right, it is to do with proportionality, Kazuko, but also it may not always be necessary to look at those procedures in 7.4.17. And therefore you would in any case make it a may, which in ISA, in a full ISA would be essential application material. But here it is in the right place because that is what that blue box was created for. So it's just because it's not always, especially in a typical ISA for typical LCE, you may not always have to have that additional help from the procedures in 7.4.17.
Okay, thank you. The only other comment I had was on 7.5.5, on where the auditor, if the auditor identifies a misstatement, the auditor shall, And we've got this new element, which is determine whether the identified misstatement is material by considering the nature of the qualitative or quantitative circumstances. Now, the difference between this and 240 is that 240 has a piece of application material, and I completely understand you don't automatically move application material from the ICEs into this, but this doesn't give the auditor very much help in understanding what a qualitative circumstance might be, whereas A11 and 240 does, because it talks about things like who committed the fraud, why they committed it, and I thought that might actually be quite helpful here as EEM.
Thank you. Yes, we can consider if there's anything that we can add to help. Yes, thank you.
Christelle?
Thank you. I have two comments. The first one is I suggest adding additional explanatory material based on ISA 570 application material 51 in relation to the date of approval of the financial statements. And my second one is the new EEM paragraph in 7.1.17 related to automated tools and techniques is probably not needed, as ATT are already sufficiently covered in the standard, and to keep the standard streamlined. And you need say it again? I say it again?
Can you please say the paragraph again?
Yes. 7.1.17. Yes, it's okay.
7.2?
Perhaps. Yeah, I will check. I will give it offline. Okay, I will give it offline. And in addition, I'm supportive of your proposal, the staff proposal, to keep 7.4.1, as I believe the drafting is proportionate for LCI. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on questions 5 and 6? Okay. Shows how good a job you guys are doing.
Okay, so moving on to part 8, there's really not much that I want to mention here. It's just that the proposed changes to part 8 mainly involves aligning existing paragraphs with the revised standards on fraud and going concern, as well as incorporating additional requirements where it was necessary to reflect those revisions. Can we please get comments on part 8?
Question 7. So we're talking about part 8. Any comments, or do the changes reflect they're almost like conforming amendments in this regard? Okay, I think you have no comments on part 8.
Part 9. Also, there's really not much in terms of changes. I just wanted to highlight, well, I know most of you have read the standard, but just wanted to highlight that part 9, the approach that has been taken to that part is a little bit different compared to the other parts, like using, so the requirements around a modified auditor's report, it's using the specified content and format. And also, there's a lot of use of tables. And so when applying the changes, we kept those approach and we adopted the changes. So with that, can we please obtain comments around part 9?
Any comments on part 9? Okay, silence. Ada, you want to come in?
Not sure it's part 9, but it's appendix 7, where it's in the illustrative representation letter, it says it's assumed in this illustration that the requirement to obtain a written representation related to going concern is not relevant. That doesn't now make sense anymore, because we've just included requirements for representations in that area.
Yeah, thank you, Ada. We'll have a look at that.
Any other comments? Part 9? Okay, we're progressing well.
Okay, so now we're moving on to part 10 and appendices. And I want to start from Appendix 4A, which is a new appendix that has been added. As Jasper mentioned earlier, when we were considering the changes, we tried to balance the changes that we proposed for fraud and going concern. And this was one of the places where we thought that it could look unbalanced. And so we added an appendix, a new appendix for examples of events or conditions. And this was taken from an application material from the ISA 570. Maybe considering how much comments we're getting, maybe I'll just go through part 10 and other appendices as well. So part 10, this this reflects the conforming consequential amendments to ISA 600 revised. And also there are other appendices other than Appendix 4A that we made changes, and those were also based on the changes coming from like conforming consequential amendments, but also there were changes made to definition, and that was the changes made. So with that, can we please go to question 9 and 10?
And I assume in this area and some of the other areas, we'll get from you the feedback that you're getting in all the outreach meetings, which probably will touch you based upon your slides earlier on these topics, particularly with the SMPAG.
Yes.
Okay, any comments on 9 and 10? Okay, that's great. I think we're poised to move on.
Hey, then is there any other comments? Maybe no?
One of the questions that I want us in the outreach, I think we have to determine what the necessary time of exposure will be for the users of the standard. I still have a niggling concern, particularly, we should be particularly concerned about the jurisdictions that have adopted the standard already and how much time they need to process their comments and input on the revisions, particularly if they're translation issues, et cetera. So certainly 90 days would be short, but I don't even know if 120 days is the right amount. But in our outreach to JSS and others, I think, and for example, your group of standard setters that you engage with may have a viewpoint on this. I think we should be as well informed as possible before we have to make the determination about exposure length. I'm not fixed on a number, but I'd like to get input on the people who are actually using the standards.
I agree with that, Tom. And there's also just generally what, to my earlier point on, we just need to hear from the users of the standards and from SMPs, so that these practitioners can share with us what they think about the changes that were made. And that's why we're planning that outreach in Q2. And of course, we'll summarize it and provide you with that. And also, therefore, if we make any changes, based on that, we can discuss in June.
Dave, before we close the LC topic in record time, I wanted to ask you for any observations.
And I will not slow us down here. First of all, I think I want to congratulate you on the updates to the ISA for LCE. I think updating it for fraud and going concern was important to do, and it seems that you've addressed scalability and proportionality, which is really important. I also support the LCE advisory group, and while you mentioned SMPs, I would also let you know that I'm aware of at least one large firm that probably does about 100,000 of these audits a year as well, and so there are other users of the standard out there other than SMPs. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jasper, Zuko, and Isabel for your help too. Well done, and thank you to the project board members here. So this concludes our business section today, which is good because we were going to be thrown out of here. We've been warned many times that we had to leave this premises by 5:15 sharp. So you will make that. Secondly, we do have some things coming back to you tomorrow morning. We have at 8:30 to 9:30 tomorrow. We're talking about targeted matters. Billy, do you have anything you want to share?
Yes, I'm trying to get intelligence from the team back at the IFAC offices. But the targeted issues, targeted matters session for tomorrow morning, we didn't know which of the projects will come back, but it's clear now that only 2410, ISRE 2410, will be bringing some issues back. If I look at the list of issues, there's quite a few issues. So you will get a turned version of the standard, but only for the targeted issues, so that we can make sure that everything is settled there. So what will come back to the board is the whole discussion we had about the definition of review procedures linked to paragraph 8, and it may have a knock-on effect on a few other paragraphs. So we will have a look at that. Also, the comment around the difference between an audit and the interim review and the audit of the financial statements. We will look at the definition of other information, materiality. We had a few comments. Fraud and going concern. We're bringing those paragraphs back, as well as the very favorite paragraph 59A about comparing the group financial statements with the underlying accounting records. And then also the reporting elements around going concern. So it will only be 2410. I'm trying to get confirmation from the team, but the plan was we will post everything to the board about around 4 p.m. this afternoon, 4 or 4:30 p.m. Well, yeah, that was the plan yesterday. So just watch out for what's coming into your inboxes, so that you have that ready for the session tomorrow morning, and we'll take the time we need.
Great. Any questions, Billy? Okay, we're going to close the session. I have a couple of admin items, but we'll do that after we break. Are we off?
Yes.
Okay.